I'd like to thank all of the hosts and presenters and attendees for being here today. And with that, I will just go ahead and get started. Let's see, let me get the slideshow. Here we go. Okay, so the intro blurb to a 2014 volume called Deer and People states, quote, "Deer have been central to human cultures throughout time and space, whether as staples to hunter-gatherers, icons of empire, or the focus of sport. Their social and economic importance has seen some species transported across continents, transforming landscape as they went with the establishment of menageries and parks. The fortunes of other species have been less auspicious, some becoming extirpated or being in threat of extinction due to pressures of overhunting and or human instigated environmental change. In spite of their diverse and long-standing relations with human societies, no multidisciplinary volume of research on cervids has until now been produced," unquote. This book is mostly concerned with prehistorical zooarchaeology, though there are a few nods to the Graeco-Roman historical time frame. A focused study on Graeco-Roman deer remains a desideratum, so today I will present a prolegomenon to my larger study in progress, which primarily concerns deer in the environment of Artemis Diana, since she is the deity most closely associated with that animal in Greco-Roman culture, and she retains that connection in the coinage that will be discussed today. So I'd like to begin by saying that my interest in the science of deer cervidology has been deeply influenced by my work on the worship of Artemis Diana and by the intersections of ancient religion and nature. In particular, Jean Turfa's work on the scientific underpinning of ancient Etruscan divination, which was grounded in long-term observed knowledge of the natural world, has been inspirational. I would also like to highlight Sonia Klinger's use of modern observed knowledge of fallow deer to illuminate their appearance on Greek vases in female contexts, and her identification of a fawn on a 5th century BC Boeotian figurine as a newborn based on observed knowledge of its typical pose, which you can see in the photo on the left, and as it is depicted on the figurine cradled in Artemis's arms. My interest is also informed by my own lived experience of growing up in rural Texas, where observed knowledge of the natural world was integral to life. For example, I learned never disturb a fawn hidden in tall grass or some other cover. It was not abandoned and it did not need to be rescued. There are 3 prongs to evidence for deer in the ancient record: faunal remains, which usually are unambiguous in the identification of the type of deer; literary evidence, in which the vocabulary for deer can refer to a specific type, or it can simply be generic; and the 3rd prong is ancient art, which can render deer realistically, schematically, or stylized, but scholars who discuss that art often, or the other evidence, literary evidence, often treat them all generically, not specifying the species, the gender, or the age. Sometimes this is unavoidable, as I will outline in a few minutes. The different types of deer share some characteristics that on occasion make a definite identification of the species impossible. However, many depictions of deer can be identified, and I will argue today that they should be. Some basic characteristics of deer will be helpful to establish our starting point. Deer generally exhibit sexual dimorphism in that only the males regularly bear antlers. Female reindeer and caribou are the exception, since they usually grow small antlers in the winter to forage for food, but I will not be discussing them today. My study focuses on the three main types of European and Southwest Asian deer in antiquity: the roe deer, the fallow deer, and the red deer. The red deer, with its massive branching antlers, is the largest of these three types, and even in prehistoric times was an important source of meat and other materials for ancient peoples, such as their hides, their antlers, and their bones. For this reason, it is Siberian red deer, or better, the Asian elk, that are commonly depicted on prehistoric art in Mongolia, such as on these deer stones. And you can see here the stylized deer with beautiful curving antlers that were painted on stone stele. We see the same kind of stylization of antlers in Greek art, as well as here on the Francois vase, where we see a winged Artemis grasping a feline and a deer in her guise as the mistress of animals. The antlers of the common fallow buck, on the other hand, are uniquely flat and paddle-like. Palmate is usually the term used to describe them. The fallow deer is smaller than the red deer, but its most important characteristic for my presentation today is that they are typically easily tameable. And in fact, it's the type that is most frequently seen pulling a chariot in Greek art and in Etruscan art as well, as we see here on an Etruscan vase that shows winged Artemis driving a biga, except there are no horses. Instead, there are two antlered fallow deer. The antlers of the roebuck are strikingly different from the other two. They arise straight from the skull and characteristically only have 3 points, although there are many exceptions. And you see here in the inset a typical roe deer antler with the 3 points. Roe deer also have a distinctly black mustache area around their muzzle and a white above and below that, as you see on the left here. And they also have white rumps, as you can see here, which the fallow deer also has. But the main difference that you'll see in their physical makeup is that the fallow deer has a hanging tail. It's the longest tail of the 3 types. But on the red and roe deer, sometimes just a tuft of hair is visible, or there's no tail visible at all. The adult red and fallow males are sometimes easily distinguishable in ancient art because of the different types of antlers, but often their features are only roughly outlined or stylized, making a secure identification impossible. There are some striking differences that can sometimes be represented in art. Red and roe males don't have spots on their coat, but fallow bucks do, except in winter when the spots fade. And occasionally we see vases in Greek art that represent the seasonal change for fallow deer. Fallow deer also have a white underbelly and a black stripe down the spinal ridge, which we saw earlier. And the males are generally characterized by a visible hairy penile shaft, which is usually represented in the middle of the animal in art. Fawns and does, on the other hand, are often indistinguishable by type, especially fawns. All three of these types of deer bear spotted fawns, and the spots on the red deer and the roe deer typically fade within 6 months or so. So when they are young, it's impossible to tell what type they are just from looking at the spots. For adult female deer, size is usually the distinguishing characteristic when one is able to determine relative size, which is often impossible in art as well. The obscuring of details is especially true in coinage, since the design field is small and metals are typically monochrome, with designs often rendered schematically and with features that can be difficult to see. Sometimes, though, you do get pretty accurate depictions in art. So here's an example of a vase with a fallow buck, and you can see the white underbelly and the penile shaft here in the middle. But in coinage, as on this coin, it's a late Roman coin from Phrygia, we see Artemis in her Ephesian typology with two deer, heraldic deer, facing out. But the deer are rendered so schematically that it's really impossible to say much about them. And unfortunately, this is often the case on coinage. So one may ask, what does it matter what type of deer is found on the coinage, or in art in general for that matter? Deer, deer, right? Well, not exactly. So the species of deer that are attested at a particular place and time can yield various types of information. Environmental scientists can predict certain things about the climate of a place, since certain types of deer require certain types of habitat. Moreover, their presence can be cross-checked via historical linguistics, which can be helpful for determining whether the deer were native in antiquity or were imported. And cultural artifacts and religion also come into play and help us determine what types of deer might have been important for what reasons to a particular society, and how those creatures figured, if they did figure, into the religion of that culture. So for environmental evidence, we see here a map of faunal remains of deer in Greece, which I took from a study by Iannullii and Trontalidou. You see the numbers starting up here with 1, 2, 3, and going down into the Greek islands. That fallow deer appear in the historical period mostly towards the east. You see very few representations as we get down to the mainland of Greece, Attica, but really not in the Peloponnese. We can also look at the terminology for Greek and Roman deer. In Greek, the term elephos does not make a distinction between the red and fallow deer. It's only the adult roe deer that has a specific term, dorcas, which is also used for gazelles. And in Latin, we have the same situation. The adult deer, the cervus, does not distinguish the type, the species of deer. The word dama in Latin is actually probably the roe deer or the gazelle, not the fallow deer. And this reminds me of Jazz's presentation yesterday on snakes, where we saw that scientific nomenclature, modern scientific nomenclature, can be misleading. So now on to the art and religion. Ancient art and archaeology help to establish time frames for when and where different types of deer are present, but they also represent the particular ways that these animals can be linked to culture and religion, especially to deities of the Artemis Diana type. I will argue today that the observable characteristics of roe, fallow, and red deer inform when and how humans associated them with this goddess in ancient art, and also on Greco-Roman coinage. So now on to the coinage. Ephesus is located near modern-day Izmir in Turkey, a site famous in antiquity for its cult of Artemis. So it is perhaps not surprising that its coinage features two of the goddess's iconic animals, the honeybee, which you see on the left, and the deer. The deer on the coinage should be identified as fallow deer for several reasons. First, on some coins, as on this one, the palmate antlers are clear. Second, the area around Ephesus and Anatolia in general is the ancient homeland of the common fallow deer in the Holocene period. And it is the most abundantly attested type of deer in that region. And third, it may have a deeper significance for the human population of Ephesus. Modern literature on deer notes that the fallow, as I said before, is the most easily tamed of the deer types. Sonia Klinger has argued that the fallow deer are depicted with women on Greek vases in several types of scenes, in wedding scenes, in water fetching scenes, and in indoor domestic scenes, although she does not offer its easily tamed nature as a reason for this. And as I said before, fallow deer are typically those yoked to a chariot, which also speaks to their ability to be tamed. For the Ephesians, then, we may extrapolate that the fallow deer held a semi-domesticated status similar to that of its fellow iconic Ephesian animal, the honeybee. And I say extrapolate because the evidence that I would bring to bear on this is from later Roman law, where we see the honeybee and the deer given as specific examples of come and go animals. That is, they can be partially domesticated, but humans can only claim them for as long as the animal chooses to remain with them. That is, you can have a fallow deer tamed as your pet, but if one morning you wake up and the deer is gone, you no longer have a legal claim to that animal. So for the Ephesians as well, their observation of the natural world would have led them to see both the bee and the fallow deer as having this close association with humans. Artemis is a goddess who protected the boundaries between wild and tame. So these two animals together, I argue, are especially appropriate emblems for its civic coinage, projecting the role of Artemis herself, as in the well-known poem of Anacreon, where she is called upon as a herd or flock manager of citizens. Poimaines polietas, the poem goes, you heard the citizens. The fallow deer is probably also the type depicted in other issues of Ephesian coinage from the Augustan era on down into the Roman Empire. And we see here a coin of Augustus where we have depiction of deer on the reverse, below two deer facing each other below a garlanded altar panel. I would say that it's very difficult to determine the species, but the tail leads me to believe that these are probably fallow deer. It's unclear whether they are does or stags, and in the scholarship you'll see people referring to them in different ways, although usually they settle on just the generic deer. In even later Roman coinage from Ephesus, we see Artemis seated side saddle wise on a stag. This is a coin of Marcus Aurelius. And here I would argue that the deer is probably a red deer. It's difficult to make out the horns very clearly, but if you look at the rump, there is no visible tail, just kind of a tufty area, which would lead me to think that this is probably a red deer. And I'm going to be talking later about how the red deer becomes kind of an iconic animal for the Romans. So this consistent connection, and I'm only showing you a few coins. There are many of the Roman coins that echo the bee and deer iconography of the Greek Ephesian coinage. So this consistent connection between deer and coinage at Ephesus is exceptional because of its connection with Artemis. But deer do appear now and again in other areas of the Greek world where there are associations with Artemis and with Heracles. So we see here from Cyprus a coin that depicts Heracles conquering the Nemean lion on the obverse, and on the reverse we have a lion attacking a stag, an antlered deer, and we can clearly see that the antlers are palmate, so it is a fallow deer, and we also see a tail sticking out. So two well, kind of, you can't see it very well. You can see the lion, I think, a little more clearly. Of course, the famous labors of Heracles include his encounter with the Cyrenian deer, which was a female deer with antlers sacred to Artemis. If I had time to go into it, I would be able to show you how this Cyrenian deer is represented in Greek and Roman art, with the deer depicted both antlered and not antlered, as a red deer hind, as a fallow doe, and perhaps even as a roe doe. Likewise, if I had time, I would tell you about the depictions of the sacrifice of Iphigenia and how the depiction of the substitute deer varies in Greek and Roman iconography. And this also is going to play out on some coinage, but I don't have time for that. So I'll continue with some other coinage from Greece where there are connections with Artemis. So this is a stater from Cilicia, which had, Tarsus had cultic connections with Artemis. And a lot of the coinage does have Artemis and or deer. And on this one, you can see a deer attacking, a lion attacking a deer. And on this coin, you can very clearly see that it is a fallow deer. It has the palmate antlers, and the artist of the coin tried to represent the spotted coat of the deer, but there is no penile shaft unless that little bump is supposed to represent it. But clearly a fallow deer. Again, I would say that this shows the connection of Artemis with the tame and the wild, conquering, being conquered, and Artemis as the goddess who manages that. So finally, let's turn to a few representations of deer on Roman Republican coinage. I'm going to just give you two examples out of many. First, we have a coin of the moneyer Alius Bala of 92 BCE, that is just before the start of the Roman social war. He depicts Diana driving a chariot drawn by two deer. There are various dies for this issue that depict the antlers in different ways, but usually they are pretty clearly palmate antlers, which you might barely be able to make out here, this jagged edges. Although on some of the issues, I wouldn't rule out red deer as being the type of deer represented. But again, because it's metal, because the field is small, it can be difficult to make that determination. So again, this would connect Artemis with domestication of the fallow deer. But in Roman coinage, we also have a very different type of association between Artemis and deer. On this coin of Hostilia Cisterna, we see on the obverse a personification of Gaul in her subjugation by the Romans. And on the reverse, we see an archaic statue of Artemis Diana. Some scholars believe that this statue represents an archaic cult statue of Artemis from Massilia, modern-day Marseille in France, or perhaps it represents the cult statue of Diana on the Aventine in Rome. At any rate, it depicts the goddess as a sovereign. In her right hand, she grasps a spear as if it is a scepter. And the spear is a Roman military symbol of domination. For example, prisoners of war had to walk under Roman spears when they were conquered, and usually then they became enslaved. In her left hand, she grasped the antlers of a rampant stag, and we can see from its branching antlers that this must be a hart, a red deer stag. And for the Romans, it was the red deer that was the iconic animal for Artemis Diana because of its preeminence in the hunt. I could go more into that, but in the interest of time, I will not. So I want to close by circling back to the roe deer, which you may have noticed is not really featured in coinage. I won't say it's never on coinage because sometimes it's just really impossible to tell what type of deer it is, but it tends not to be the deer that is represented with Artemis and Diana. However, I did want to point you to this Etruscan mirror. The Etruscans knew Artemis as Artumes, and you may recall the Etruscan vase I showed you earlier of Artumes, the Etruscan crater of Artemis driving a biga, a fallow deer. So I want to circle back to the idea I started with, that is the importance of observed knowledge of the natural world, which Jean Turfa and others have amply demonstrated was a principle of Etruscan divinatory practices. On this bronze mirror, we see Artemis seated side saddle-like on a pair of antlered roe deer, and we can clearly see the 3 prongs rising straight up from the skull. So she's seated on one, and there is a smaller pair below sharing the same ground line, one of which is bending down to drink some water and has the roe deer antlers, and the other appears not to have antlers. So this seems to be a male-female pair below. For the Etruscans, the roe deer best represented Artemis because of all the types of European deer in antiquity, only the roe deer regularly gives birth to twin offspring, usually a male and a female. The Etruscans knew Artemis as twin to the god Apollo, so this unique male-female twin in the divine realm corresponded for them best to the roe deer for this goddess in their interpretation of Greek religion. This is a topic I'm exploring in another paper, so perhaps later this year I'll present some of that work to some of you in ZOA who are here today, and I want to thank you again for being here. Thank you.
Thank you so much for such a rich paper. I never would have, I mean, Artemis and deer, obviously they're connected, but never really thought about how many different versions of deer there are that appear in the art. So thank you very much for that. So as I said, we'll leave questions for the end, but feel free to start typing them in the chat if you have any that have jumped into your mind during Lora's paper. And now we move on to our second speaker, Oliwia Ullrich from WWU Münster, who will speak about horsemanship on Greek coins. So Oliwia, I will hand it over to you.
Thank you. 1 second.
And we can see your slides.
Yes.
You are good to go.
Great. So hello, everybody, and thank you for letting me be part of this symposium and present my paper. And I can't wait to get some feedback from you, and among us are some well-known horse experts. So I welcome everyone to my presentation, which is called Horsemanship on Greek Coins. In my introduction, I shortly explain why I chose this title. This presentation is based on my master thesis, in which I wanted to analyze horses on Greek coins, especially their movement. As literary source, I studied Xenophon's work on horsemanship and compared fitting paragraphs with the coins from Corinth and Marina from the Archaic to the Hellenistic period, because I wanted to find out if there is any correspondence. So for everyone, Corinth is the place where the mythological creature, the winged horse Pegasus, was tamed. And on the other hand, we have Marina, and it's a city in Trachea, and it's known for breeding horses. So both cities chose the horse as motif for their coinage. So, horsemanship is the relationship between humankind and horses. Nowadays, the discipline horsemanship is another one. It's a more gentle and mainly without even touching the horse. It's all about body language of the trainer and the horse. Even though this topic is very interesting, Xenophon means with horsemanship the whole progress from buying, grooming, training your military and parade horses. So I chose some pictures from Corinth with the Pegasus in training. So in the first one, we see the Pegasus with a bridle. He is tied down to a metal hook. On the second one, you see the Pegasus with the farrier who is checking his hooves. On the third one, you see the Pegasus drinking with a broken bridle. The third one and the fourth one, you see the Pegasus scaring away enemies. I will explain this later. And in the last one, you see the Pegasus scratching his face between the legs. And the last two coinage I showed you were described as drinking, which is not true because the Pegasus is lowering his head and it looks like he's drinking, but if you look closely, he's not drinking. So for the fourth one with the Pegasus scaring away his opponents, I show you a picture of a horse which is trying to scare away enemies, and like the head is lowered and the ears are flattened, and you can see this with a close-up here also, like the ears. Yes. So as I already lighten up in my slide, I mainly concentrate on the chapters 10 and 11, where you can read about the demanding disciplines for a parade horse, which is, in my opinion, clearly represented in the Greek coins. On this point, I wanted to recommend Klaus Vidra's dissertation about Xenophon's on horsemanship. He translated it and he analyzed the description of him and trying to look for equivalents in the modern horsemanship. And he made, like, for every paragraph long footage and explains everything, and it's very recommending to read it because he's also very well known with horses. So as you can already see, these coins are special because they are without a rider. And at this point, you're allowed to ask, where is the man in the horsemanship? And as you can already see, we don't need necessarily one. And I show you why. So for the other question, I show you firstly the picture series from Edward Muybridge. I think everybody knows it. It's called The Horse in Motion, which shows a galloping horse in the different phases of his movements. And before that, we didn't even know that the horse on the third picture is leaving the hooves completely from the ground. So the question would be, how did the die cutters choose the right moment to capture a fast moving horse? Okay. Yeah, that's our many questions, and I have a short time to answer them, so I dive right into this. And you can see here, like, the little movie which is made of the picture series. Good. The first coinage I show you is from Marina, and next to it, I put down the description by Xenophon, and in the 10th chapter, the 4th paragraph, he describes how horses are trying to impress a mare. So as you can see in the pictures, the head of him rears in the air, he arches his neck with nervous rigor, empowering the air with his pliant legs and waving his tail high. So, and when a stallion is trying to impress a mare, these movements are slowed. And you can compare it with slow motion in movies, like when you know the love interest is interjected and you see like the hair is moving very slowly in the wind, and this is how horses do as well to impress other horses. And you can see here the hooves are like hovering on the ground. And later I can show you a picture what's actually looking like when a horse is impressing. And also these movements are good also for training your parade horse. Okay, but more in the next slide. Xenophon describes that if you give the horse more freedom with the bridle, it will be so relieved that he will move forward with his pride, so he intimidates the impressing in front of other mares. So I chose for this one a Corinthian stature, and this on this picture you can clearly see the bridle, and the Pegasus, as you can all see now, is ridden like a horse. And at this point, he is a special mythological creature. And with this knowledge, like Xenophon shared, you can make your horse parading in various gaits. Like in this case, you have walk, and because the right front and back leg is moving parallel. If the horse is trotting, it's diagonal. In the next slide, I'll show you how it's look like. Yeah, in the middle, you have a parade trot, and here's this walking, and here you see a horse without a bridle just impressing. And as comparison, you see your horse walking normally, and this what's look like a horse walking. And on the next picture, like a stallion with his parading walk to impress mares, is from a stallion show, and how it will look like if the rider is using these movements to make it look elegant for the you see other people for the parade. Okay, but that's not all. And we have even a more noble posture, which is well known as the rearing horse. On this image, you can see a rope, which could be a bridle, but it would be too long. And Xenophon describes in another chapter that you need a rope, or nowadays called longe, to train the horse from the ground. Because like the horse needs to train before it can put some extra weight on the back, because it needs to balance and know which muscles he needs to use before a rider can even sit on him. So on the last part, I wanted to highlight the hooves, which seems like to leave the ground. So as I said in the beginning, the city Marina is known for breeding horses and also wine, which shows clearly in their coinage. Here you can see wine, grapes, yes, grapes, yes. And these horses are described by Schönert Geis as German springend, and springend means jumping, but we don't know in which direction, because the horse can jump over an obstacle, but it can also jump upward. So to be clear, I found the right paragraph by Xenophon, and it shows that the horse is rearing, but make a slightest movement forward. So the back hooves needs to leave the ground. Here you don't see the ground line, but you see here, if there would be ground line, the other hoof is clearly leaving it and jumping forward. So here are another examples where you can see the ground line, and there it's missing here. And the modern term for it, that's why I call like the chapter, it's courbette. And it's the horse rearing, jumping forward from the dressage. terminology. And maybe you know it from the tetrahedron from Sicily, where you have a quadriga, and it seems like the horses are flying, but they are like rearing and jumping up. And you can also see it's at the very famous Parthenon frieze, the Corbett in like the parade. So if we compare the Corbett, which is a modern term for this dressage posture, with the flying Pegasus, they are quite similar. I showed like in the middle, there are the flying Pegasus, and left and right, I showed it like it's looking like in Marina. And as you can see, it's quite similar. And it would be a perfect term as flying, because Xenophon described the parade horses as meteoros. It means like hovering in the air, and it would be a perfect transfer for the Pegasus images in Corinth. So to the question before, I was asking, where is the man in horsemanship? So we have a few coins with Bellerophon, the inventor on horsemanship, on trihemidras. On the usual stage, like the Pegasus without a rider, usually on the reverse, you see Athena, and she's the one who handled the Pegasus over to Bellerophon, or just the bridle. It depends on the tradition. And I want to point out this coin. It looks like Phoebe, and it's like for the cavalry training, very similar to the Pan-Athenian prize amphoras, where the riders are throwing spears. And a very important attribute is also the bridle. It's a sharp bridle, also described by Xenophon. You see it here as archaeological evidence as well. And also like on other objects like the bronze horse from Olympia, and it's a Corinthian bridle. So I don't know how familiar you are how to train your horse. I wanted to show with these few paragraphs what the rider needs to do that. So as before that, you need a leading rein and a switch, and I'll show you from the school from Vienna how they're doing it. Until today, you see the leading rein, you see the switch, and it goes under the hooks, so the horse is jumping high. Also, you need spurs, and I chose this picture because the rider is using spurs and he doesn't have a stirrup. And if you look closely at the Parthenon frieze, the riders didn't even use stirrups as well. So let's come to my conclusion. It is possible to find correlating paragraphs of Xenophon's description within coinages. So I only chose these two cities, but there are more if you would look for it, which I analyzed. So we have the parading horse in walk or trotting, and it's based on the natural behavior of a horse trying to impress a mare. And also we have the rearing horse, and you can transfer it to the flying horse because Xenophon described it as hovering in the air. And that's my conclusion. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for that wonderful paper, Oliwia. I'm not gonna lie, when you showed the Pegasus coins, I got really excited and I totally squealed. So it was a good thing my mic was off, because I never thought about looking at Pegasus for horse training in iconography before. So that was awesome. So we shall gallop along, because how can we not have puns with horses and coins. We shall charge along to our final paper of the session, staying in the realm of equids. Rosie Mack from the University of Reading will talk to us with her paper From Imagination to Image, the legend of the first horse on classical Thessalian coinage. So Rosie, I hand it over to you. Rosie, are you still here? I see you.
Yep.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
I'm just bringing up my PowerPoint.
Excellent.
Okay, can see it?
Yeah, you bet.
Okay, good to go. Firstly, thank you very much for organising this wonderful symposium. It's been really inspiring. So to begin my paper, the motif chosen for an issue of coins needed to be instantly recognisable to the viewer. The person who handled the coins. Coins were the face of the city. As portable goods, they travelled and disseminated concerns of a particular city or region. In my paper, I will examine the iconography of a series of coins struck in silver in the 5th century BC and in bronze in the 4th century. The legend on the reverse of the coins is Fetter and Fether. In his influential study, Franke has shown that Fetter and Fether are in the Aeolic dialect, a form of abbreviation for the genitive Fetterlone and Fetherlone. The iconography refers to the story of Poseidon Petraios and the creation of the first horse in Thessaly. These coins are important, as apart from coinage, there is no extant evidence of this legend in other visual media. These coins also raise important questions relating to identity and the extent to which they represented all Thessalians. The motif also appears on issues of civic coinage, Thessalian in the 5th century and Author in the 4th, both cities in the Western Plain. This is a complex topic for which I do not have space, so today I will confine myself to the iconography. The main question I seek to answer is how the legend was expressed on coins. To do this, I will examine the literary sources, a wide selection of coin types, and the development of the motif. I will then look at mistaken examples of Skyphios. And finally, I will consider Skyphios in the context of the other equine progeny of Poseidon. The region of Thessaly in central Greece was composed of 2 large plains surrounded by mountain ranges. The main river, the Peneus, flowed east from the Pindos Mountains through the Tempe Valley between Mount Ossa and the Olympos range before emptying into the Aegean Sea. An epithet of Poseidon is Petraios, the rock god, only attested in Thessaly. In Thessalian legend, their fertile, well-watered land was due to the god Poseidon. According to Herodotus, the Thessalians believed that originally the land was underwater, but Poseidon clove the mountains at Tempe, allowing the water to escape to the sea. Below right, there is a sketch of the Tempe Valley made in 1810. In contrast to the rest of Greece, this region, with its fertile, well-watered plains, could grow crops and raise livestock on a large scale. In antiquity, Thessaly was renowned for breeding horses and the strength and depth of its cavalry. Simon of Athens begins his description of the conformation of the horse by saying that Thessalian horses were the best in Greece. The hands-on approach of the Thessalians differed from that of other Greeks, for example, Athenians. Evidence from the Disoilogoi attests to their practical approach. Quote, "To the Thessalians, it is seemly for a man to select horses and mules from a herd himself and train them," unquote. This is supported by evidence from Euripides' Electra. The first coinage struck by individual cities of Thessaly after 479 BC depicts the Tarikosapsia, the bull hunting contest, which was unique to the region and reflected their practical approach. As well as creating the Thessalian plains, Poseidon Petraios is also credited with creating the first horse for the Thessalians. The Scholion on Pindar, Pythian 4:138a tells us, and some say that Poseidon, asleep on a certain rock, ejaculated, and the earth absorbed the seed and gave forth the first horse, whom they called Scyphios. Another, Petraios is an epithet of Poseidon. They say that a contest is conducted for Poseidon Petraios, where the first horse emerged from the rock. A further version tells us that the first horse was born in Thessaly, when Poseidon struck the rock with his trident, after which the cult of Poseidon Petraios was celebrated. It is important to note that in the sources, Scyphios is referred to as the first horse. From the name, male horse. The place where the creation of the first horse took place is presumed to have been Tempe, on the assumption that the traditions were simultaneous. Unfortunately, no evidence of a sanctuary has been found to confirm this. Our sources for the myth are problematic, as they are much later and non-Thessalian. But in the period 450 to 440 BC, 2 issues of coinage were minted in the name of Thessalian. The higher denominations, the drachma and the hemidram, clearly depict the creation of the first horse. The die engraver would have been given a brief concerning the required subject matter, and it is likely that the dies would have been approved by the magistrate in charge of the mint before coins were struck. So how did they interpret the legend? The obverse of the silver drachma, coin 1, depicts a horse emerging from a mass of individual rocks in a surge of raw power. The reverse depicts the trident of Poseidon. The viewer is left in no doubt that this was Scyphios, and also alludes to Poseidon, who had favoured the Thessalians not only with the horse, but also the fertile plains, which provided grain and grazing. Coin 2 has a similar obverse, but the reverse depicts a sprouting cereal grain. This signifies the emergence of a new crop, and so reflects the birth of the horse on the obverse. The head of this horse differs from that on earlier coins, 2 of which are shown below, where the horse has a coarse head and lips, what I colloquially term camel lips. This is the basic motif, but we need to look at a number of different types. Looking at the images together, we will first examine the physical appearance. The first thing that strikes us is that this is an adult horse. He is muscular. All the horses have a strong shoulder. On coins 1 to 3, he has a highly developed underneck muscle, frequently seen in Greek art. This reflects reality, as they rode bareback and used the head and neck as a balancing pole. As Xenophon writes, a high head carriage protects the rider. On coins 4 and 5, the underneck muscles have been unnaturally exaggerated. The forelegs are positioned to give the impression that the horse is leaping forward from the rocks behind him. The horses all have a very short mane. We might expect the horses to be shaggy maned, as were the wild untamed horses described by the chorus of Sophocles' Antigone, 350 to 351. As Aston and Carr have shown, the horse was ubiquitous in Thessaly. It is safe to assume that in any Thessalian city, the die engraver would have had numerous horses on which to base his image. There are the obvious practical considerations. A short mane on cavalry horses being preferable to a long one, in which the reins could get tangled up. But in Thessaly, the sources provide important information. In Plutarch's Life of Pelopidas, he tells us that the Thessalian cavalry immediately sheared their horses' manes upon the death of the Boeotian general Pelopidas at the Battle of Cynocephalae in Thessaly. In Euripides' Alcestis, set in Thessaly, Thessalians are commanded to shear their horses' manes upon the death of the queen of Pherae. From this we can glean that it was customary for Thessalians to shear their horses' manes as part of the mourning process. Death, whether in battle or from natural causes, was part of everyday life, so manes might have been shorn quite frequently. Skyphios emerged as a mature horse. As a horse of Poseidon, he was a noble beast, but he was also a wild animal. So now we turn to the attitude of the horse. On coin 1, we can clearly see the bright eye of the horse. But with coins 8 to 10, especially coin 10, the horse has been given a wilder or even meaner eye. Xenophon wrote that the ideal cavalry horse should be magnificent and fierce, using gorgos for fierce, the look of the gorgon. And this coin 10 does bring that to mind. Most of the horses have an open mouth. Bridled horses with a bit in their mouth are always depicted with an open mouth, but here without the bit, it adds to the impression of wildness. Exceptions are particularly coins 12, 13, and 15, where the closed mouth creates an impression of calmness. As Aston has shown, there were two sides to the horse in Greek thought. One, a wild beast, but it was also a domesticated animal, subject to the will of man. But in mythology, the horse was unreliable. The two sides of the equine character, exhibiting both aggressive and docile tendencies. For example, one of Heracles' labours was to capture the man-eating mares of Diomedes, related in a fragment of Pindar, and Euripides in his Heracles. These were mythical horses, but Herodotus relates the story of the Persian cavalry commander Artabios during the Ionian revolt, who had trained his horse to attack with his hooves and teeth. Here, the aggressive or defensive side has been encouraged in the domesticated horse. For those of you without an equine background, stallions have a natural desire to protect their territory or bands of mares. Here are two young colts play fighting in the field. Neither of these two horses ever tried to bite a human during their entire lives. And we go back to, if I'm to go back to the coin, the one before. Okay, we go back. Most of the horses are depicted with their ears back. In part, this creates the image of speed. The horse is emerging in a rush of power, but it also contributes to the attitude of the horse. If we look at coins 14 and 15, who both have their ears forward, the impression is very different to the potential aggression of the horse of coin 10. The smaller denominations of the obol and hemiobol are more ambiguous, as only the head of the horse is depicted. On coins 16 and 19, the horse is bridled. Is this Skyphios, or is it a contemporary cavalry horse? The Homeric hymn to Poseidon describes the god as a tamer of horses. So is Skyphios being presented as already tamed by Poseidon by means of the bridle? Out of the 25 known types of the denomination of the hemidram, there are only two, coin 22, which might depict a rein, and coin 23, which might depict a bit. But this is very uncertain. The horse on coins 17 and 20 are unbridled and may well represent Skyphios. Coins 18 and 21 are notable. With coin 18, the horse is depicted with short forward ears, and the head of coin 21 has a fluted muzzle. And both these features are found on archaic bronze figurines, which were very popular votive objects in Thessaly. An example is shown here below. This appears to be deliberate archaization to convey the idea of the legendary horse in the distant past. One further issue of coins in the name of the Thessalians and bearing this motif appears in the 4th century. These were struck in bronze. Looking at coin 24, we see changes. It is immediately apparent that the horse has a long mane. His mouth appears closed, and he has none of the urgency observed on 5th century coins. On the reverse of coin 25, the horse has a short mane, but the mouth is too close to the edge of the flan to be able to see if it is open. In contrast to the pile of individual rocks we have seen earlier, Skyphios is emerging from a solid mass of rock, more obvious in coin 25. On the reverse of the left-hand coin, a trident is placed under the horse, an allusion to his creation. There was also a trident on one of the 5th century coins. This evidence suggests that it was the version of the creation legend involving the trident, as opposed to the seaman, that was prevalent at this time. So where did this motif come from? The forepart of a horse with raised forelegs, as if the horse is springing forward, was not new. Coins 1 and 2 are from the second half of the 6th century. Early use of the motif comes from Kyme, coin 1, from where it travelled to Athens, coin 2. Kroll points out that the character of early Athenian coinage should be regarded as a reflection of the impact of Eastern influences. We also see Pegasus in this pose at Corinth, coin 3. And in the second quarter of the 5th century, we see the motif on the coin of Alexander I of Macedonia, whose coinage does have similarities with that of Thessaly. As they were neighbours, its itinerant die engravers are a strong possibility. On the first issues of coinage by the Thessalian cities featuring the bull hunt, the largest denomination, the drachma, depicted a whole horse, but on the hemidram, coin 5, only the forepart of the horse is shown. The smaller denominations depicted the heads of a bull and a horse, but here note the introduction of a cereal grain above the head of the bull on the obverse of coin 6. On coin 7, there is the forepart of a bull hunt horse on the obverse and a cereal grain on the reverse. From this, someone had the bright idea of adding rocks behind the forepart of the horse, and so we get the emergence of Skyphios in coin 8. We must also consider trends in numismatic art from elsewhere. Coins travelled, and die engravers were IT. Coin 9 is from Tanagra in Boeotia, the region to the south of Thessaly. There is the obvious similarity in the pose of the leaping horse, but note also the overshot jaws of both horses on coins 8 and 9. Coin 11 is also from Tanagra, and we can observe similarities with the Thessalian coin 10 in the exaggerated neck muscle and the head of the horse. The coins I have discussed are obviously Skyphios. I would now like to clarify what is not Skyphios. For most of the 5th century, the image on the reverse of a coin was positioned within an incused square. Top left, coin 1, you can see the truncated forepart of the horse is clearly separated from the straight edge. On some coins from the first half of the 5th century, we see the horse on a few of the Tower Cathapsia issues with what appears to be a solid mass behind it. Here, coins 2, 3, and 4. It has been argued that this is also Skyphios emerging from rocks. Unfortunately, this is not the case. This is in fact a die flaw. During the striking process, shown in the center diagram, a crack in the reverse die has opened when struck with the hammer, causing the silver of the blank flan to bleed into the crack. If we look at coins 5 and 6, we can see that there is also a flaw above the head of the horse. And on coin 7, the head of the poor horse is sandwiched between two flaws. And coin 8, there is a flaw attached to the feet of the female figure, where normally she stands on the exergual line. These die flaws disappear after the mid-5th century, likely due to more tin being added to the dies to increase their strength. As Carolyn mentioned yesterday, Poseidon was a very masculine god, and there are a number of regional legends relating to Poseidon pairing with a goddess and producing equine progeny. At Corinth, the winged horse Pegasus was the progeny of Poseidon through his mating with Medusa. On this Athenian hydria, Pegasus is emerging from the severed head of Medusa, while his human brother Crateo has already appeared. The region of Boeotia laid claim to the birth of Orion, referred to by Homer as the swift horse of Adrastos. At a spring near Haliartos, Orion was the result of the mating of Poseidon and Erinus. The Arcadian city of Thalpusa in the Peloponnese also laid claim to Orion. The goddess Demeter is said to have turned herself into a horse to escape the attentions of Poseidon and to have hidden among a herd of mares. But Poseidon changed into a stallion and covered her, and the resulting offspring were the horse Orion and a daughter, Despoina. To emphasize their claim, Thalpusa issued coinage with the goddess Demeter on the obverse, and on the reverse, a galloping horse with the inscription Eraion in Arcadian dialect. The main difference between these legends and the Thessalian is that Poseidon does not assume an equine form and pair with the goddess. At Athens, we do have legends that share similarities with the Thessalian version. In a rare variant of the story concerning the battle between Poseidon and Athena for Athens, Poseidon struck the ground with his trident and a horse came forth, and in response Athena brought forth the olive tree. The extent to which this story was part of Athenian tradition is uncertain. The majority of sources relate that Poseidon struck the ground with his trident and produced seawater. However, it is significant that the version of Poseidon producing the horse with his trident is depicted on an Attic red figure hydria dated to the 4th century and seen here. Here you can see the hind legs of the horse, and above you can see the horse's forelegs are raised up. Here is a close-up, you can see the head of the horse behind the head of Poseidon. The deme of Kolonos, about 2 kilometers northwest of the Athenian Agora, included a small hill, which was the center for the cult of Poseidon Hippios at Athens. According to later scholia, a horse was created by Poseidon, who either struck the rocky ground of Kolonos with his trident or spilled semen there while he slept. According to the Scholian on Leucophron, the name given to this horse was either Scyphios or Skironites. It is possible that the stories and names of the horses have become jumbled with the passage of time. These stories may well imply rivalry with the Thessalians, but the sources are clear that the first horse was created in Thessaly. So to conclude, we have looked at a wide variety of coin types and the development of the motif. The Thessalians took the already popular motif of the leaping horse and added rocks. The iconography suggests that the Thessalians imagined Scyphios, the horse created for them by the god Poseidon, to be a strong and powerful adult horse. As Xenophon wrote, the ideal cavalry horse should be magnificent and fierce, and that is what we largely see on these coins. Scyphios, as the foundation sire of Thessalian cavalry horses, could pass these qualities on to his offspring. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Rosie. I am constantly just so impressed by the work you're doing on Thessalian horses and the iconography of the horse in Thessaly, and especially the numismatics. And also thank you to all 3 of our presenters. I think all 3 papers did a really wonderful job of reminding us how we can read and use iconography to understand the ancient relationship with the natural world and understanding of the animals around them. So I would like to open the floor up to questions. So if you have questions, please feel free to type them in the chat. You can also raise your virtual hands or unmute yourself. And yeah, I will hand it over. So any questions for our speakers?
I have a bunch of questions, but I don't know where to start. I guess I'll start with Oliwia, because number one, I love the lipid honors in your presentation. I mean, it's very dear and near to my heart, but I also, I wanted to ask a question. Are you looking also at equestrian types? So like Philip II of Macedon, and how, and then later on, other Hellenistic monarchs, even Roman coinage, like Octavian, and how the horses are depicted, the movement of the horses are depicted on those coins? Or are you just looking at horses on their own, or with mythological figures? Or are you looking at monarchs and or Roman emperors, etc.? Is that also part of your larger project?
Yeah, it's part of my larger project because it was only a master thesis and I only had 60 pages. And I wanted more, but my professor said, stop,
Yeah,
you will never finish if you will
the
make
story
more.
of my life, yeah.
Yes. It just said, yeah, you make the two cities, you compare them and you stop. But now I found somewhere like a professor where I can make it a little bit broader. I just finished my master thesis in September. Yeah, but I wanted to look at the with writers as well. But I was afraid if I start with the riders, I will only focus on the rider and not on the horse.
Yeah.
Because when you don't have a rider, you need to focus on the horse, even if
you have to start at the beginning and then.
Yes, even it was hard at the beginning, like figuring out what the horse is actually doing at this picture. So now I can move forward with the riders and but you're right, like in the Macedonians, I'm very
because I'm looking at Hellenistic influences on Roman coinage, specifically Augustus, Tiberius, and so I started looking at like Philip of Macedon, but I was looking more at also this hand gesture and trying to I was now it's really interesting looking at the horses and in the different that's fascinating, that even one the same type of coin has different variations to it, and in terms so you don't really think about it, and they just write when you write descriptions or what, you just write horse galloping, but you don't think that there's like A, B, C, horse galloping this way, that way, there are so many, but
sometimes you have descriptions like the rider is very well described, and then you say like on horse or with horse and nothing more, and you
exactly because you see the descriptions, Philip Macedon with chlamys, with sword, with military garb, and then you go into detail about the whatever Petasus hat, the hat they're wearing, everything, but then just on horse or on horseback. I think that's galloping or galloping right and left.
And the horse is so big, and you just overlook the horse and just the rider. I can describe the rider, but the horse, what is the horse doing? And they were like, I don't know. It's a horse. So
the horse is never just a horse.
Yes, that was my point of view, and that's why I chose writing about it.
It's fascinating.
Lora, Amber has a question for you, going back to our deer. So Amber writes, it's interesting that there are no representations of deer on the Peloponnese. Was this expected? Are there no deer in the Peloponnese today?
Thanks, Amber. Let me just clarify. The point I was trying to make was about actual fallow deer osteological remains. So in the historical period on the Peloponnese, there are no fallow deer remains that have been documented at this point. However, there are plenty of red deer and roe deer on the Peloponnese. I did not mean to give the impression that there were no deer on the Peloponnese. And there are plenty of representations of deer from the Greek mainland as well. Great, thanks.
I have a question for Lora as well. Thank you for pointing out the deer, because I work on Augustus and, of course, the Ephesus coin. And I just write again, like deer, and I was wondering if the deer on the imperial coin and the provincial coins of Augustus are the same. Have you looked at the provincial coins of Augustus and Ephesus. And
Um,
is it the same type of deer, or
I
too schematic?
Yeah, thank you. That's a really great question, and I am just starting on that. Of course, you know, the provincial coinage is such a huge topic, and I will eventually get there, but I'm just now starting on that. So my initial impression is that the fallow deer is pretty typical in all of the representations.
Thank you.
But that might change over time after I've been to look at
also the provincial coins, they're rather coarse work to begin with, you know.
They can often just be impossible to figure out.
So it's thank you.
Well, and I suppose from a species perspective, the fallow deer kind of does make the most sense, because it must, as you were saying, sort of be that, you know, it's kind of tameable to a degree. So in terms of, you know, the actual practicality of either transporting fallow deer or keeping them in a captive or semi-captive state, I guess from that perspective, it's just the most logical to expect to see the fallow deer, as opposed to, I mean, I imagine trying to transport, you know, red deer must be much more difficult because they're so much larger. So yeah. Yeah,
and you know, speaking of Xenophon, you know, Xenophon talks about deer parks that you know, probably had red deer as well. And, you know, of course, there are modern deer parks in Britain, for example, of red deer. But the point that a lot of these modern keepers in the deer parks make is that red deer does, the hinds, are very, very dangerous animals, and they will attack you with their hooves and, you know, can kill. So yeah, very dangerous enterprise to try to get close to red deer.
I see Heather and Olivia both have their hands up. I'm not sure whose hand went up first, so we'll see who unmics himself first. I guess, Heather, do you want to go? And then Olivia,
yeah, I feel like we just sit here being like polite, but that doesn't always transfer when you're online. Thank you everyone for your presentations. And I guess my question for, like, I have like detailed questions for everyone, but I think like more generally for numismatics and like the production of coins, how hard is it to get detailed work? So we're like, if we're using them, so my background is horses and horsemanship, and then so how difficult is it to get that detailed work? So I think Dr. Rosanagh Mack was talking about looking at the overdevelopment of the, what is like the underside of the horse's neck, so like the brachiocephalic muscles. Is that more of like a, did they have to do that more as more of a contrast for like the stylistic?
It was a trend, yes.
Actual, like, is that an actual like production thing where they have to create a higher contrast, or can we use that as evidence for like the development of muscles? Do you know what I just don't know how much is like production versus production art versus like actual like replication of what they saw, I guess, is kind of where that question comes from.
Yes, I mean, you know, they would have, because they wanted the horse to go with a high head carriage, you would have had a lot of underneck muscle as opposed to top. But certainly they did exaggerate the musculature. You have some coins of, say, Philip II of Macedonia, where there's this really immensely over-muscled horse. That was after he won the Olympics. And you have the jockey on the horse, and there's this massively muscled, overly muscled horse. You know, it looks silly to our eyes, but it was just to give the impression of strength and power. It was an artistic convention. You know, they did that, and we shouldn't take it too seriously.
No, which horse was that? Just out of
Philip II of Macedon.
But what image? Do you know? I can email.
I can email it to you.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, I think there was a series of them that he sort of minted to celebrate the Kelleys, because he had the Kelleys victory, but he also had the Sonorous victory as well. But yeah.
Okay, so it's all on coinage that, okay. That's my least familiar.
If you put your email in the chat, is your email somewhere accessible? And I can.
I'll put it in the chat. Thank you.
Thank you.
And it looks like Marina found we have Marina and Victoria both found some links of the Philip coins. So if you want to have a look at those as well. Olivia.
Yeah, I have a question for Rosa. Rosie, yeah, it's nice to see you. I chatted with you about your work. I think it's very amazing how you figured out like the emotion of the horses, because we see it in its subconscious, I think, how we see the horse, because it's like more like aggressive, like strong, it's getting out of the rock. And my question would be, so what was the attention, like why did they show like they're breeding horses and they want to show like strong horses, but like if you have like more like temperamental horses, would it be so good for, you know, economic reasons? Do you know what I mean?
Yes. Thessaly was known for its cavalry horses. They sold horses down to Athens and also to other places. You didn't just want a horse that was strong physically in battle. You wanted a horse that was mentally strong. So presenting the horse, the first horse, in that way. There's also an element of they had to show that the horse was a little bit wild and, you know, untamed, as it were, at the beginning. So yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So yeah, I just added in the chat, we're technically into our break period now, but happy to, so if people want to go, you certainly can, but I'm happy to stay online and keep fielding questions if people have further questions and comments for our speakers about these excellent papers. I have one for Lora, if there are no other immediate pressing questions from the audience. But before we started, you showed the piece of deer antler you had, and I know certainly looking at sort of prehistoric evidence, there's physical examples of deer horn and stuff being used to make tools. Do we have that from the classical world as well? Like, are they still using the antlers? It's antlers, not horns. Antlers for specific practical purposes?
Absolutely. I work at an archaeological site in Etruria where we have uncovered deer antler tools. They were used for various types of artisan activities, including the preparation of animal skins for leathers and all kinds of things. So yeah, that is a very, very long-lived artisan tradition. And in fact, even today, you can still find artisans who will use antler for certain types of tools for specialized artisanal practices.
Wonderful, thank you. And I know, at least in I think the Near East and Central Asia, they would use the antlers as the cheek pieces for horse bits as well. So I guess it shows how versatile of a material it is.
Yes.
Any other questions?
I guess we have all deserved a washroom break and a coffee. So again, this will stay open and then we will resume at 10:45. So,
yeah,
so basically 10 minutes.
But thank you again to all three of our speakers. It was a wonderful start to today's conferencing.
There we go. Thank you so much for being back. I just want to make sure that we are back. It's hard to tell. So thank you so much for joining us again for our second session for today. The topic is Animals, Ideologies, and Symbolism. Our first speaker is Alexa Aleka from University of Alberta, and her topic is Animal Apotheosis, Debating the Wild-Domestic Divide in Moche Artwork and Practice. So thank you, Aleka. Please continue.
Well, thank you, Maria and Carolyn, for organizing such a great conference and for accepting this paper. It's a little bit outside of what we've heard so far, but I hope you enjoy it, and I'm looking forward to any discussion that anyone's interested in engaging with. So do let me know if the screen looks a bit off at any point. Feel free to interrupt me, but I'll just get started. So today I wanted to share with you some of the patterns that I've detected in Moche artwork. So the Moche, which I'll discuss in a little bit more detail shortly, where it was a cultural phase on the north coast of present-day Peru in the first millennium CE. And I just wanted to acknowledge and extend my deepest thanks to the communities in Peru that have worked alongside this project and the Ministry of Culture for approving the project. And I'd also like to acknowledge that the University of Alberta is on the lands of Métis and many other Indigenous communities. So I'd like to just acknowledge that before I begin. So this talk is framed by the sort of theme or sort of a concept of apotheosis. And so apotheosis is a concept that addresses the ways in which different beings, whether it be human or non-human beings, can become deities, or there is a process of divinization or deification that goes along with the images and concepts, both in a human form or non-human form. And the general idea of apotheosis is the glorification of a specific figure, and it's associated with an abstract idea. So I just wanted to acknowledge that and mention one common example that we know from another part of the ancient world in ancient Egypt is upon death, a pharaoh would be fully deified, directly identified with Ra and associated with Osiris, the god of death and rebirth. So that's one example from another part of the ancient world where we see this process of apotheosis. So just to give all of you a brief overview of who the Moche were. So the Moche refers to not a bounded ethnic group necessarily, but to a political and religious ideology that was adopted by different communities on the desert north coast of present-day Peru. And they existed on the north coast between the early intermediate and middle horizon periods, so between 200 to about 900 CE. And there's still raging debate, but scholars have suggested that this period of time saw unprecedented social stratification that was kind of the main marker of Moche society. And it has led many people, many scholars to argue that the Moche formed one of the earliest state polities in the Americas. And again, that's still much up for debate around the concept of state generally, sort of how we bookmark that concept. So the evidence for social stratification from this period is identified oftentimes in mortuary contexts. And so there's stark social inequality that's detected in mortuary contexts. There's great wealth disparity in tombs and other burial contexts of the Moche period. And we find elaborate gold necklaces, silver and shell inlay earrings, and elaborate ceramics. You can see some examples here, such as this peanut necklace from the site of Sipan, and it's in gold and silver. And then you have the burial of the Señora de Cao in the Chicama Valley, and she is buried with other human attendants that have signs of strangulation, and then many gold and silver artifacts buried alongside her. So this broadly research has shown that it's a little bit difficult to sort of pinpoint the Moche as necessarily as a state society, and there's still room for debate and sort of questioning that kind of monolithic label. One last example that I'll show you of Moche period sites and some of their wonderful iconography you can see in some of their temple sites. So this is the Huaca de la Luna temple at the site of Huacas de Moche, which was the site also of mass sacrifice, where we have dozens of young men and male adults that were buried with signs of trauma from recent battle. And this site also found the remains of decapitated camelid, so llama and alpaca burials, that brings into conversation about how the body of the animal was subdivided in Moche cosmology and symbolism, the ways in which maybe the human body might have been divided for and sort of subdivided for different reasons, whether it be relating to sacrifice and whatnot. So there's some interesting debate that has emerged from the physical skeletal remains from some of these concepts and from some of these contexts. So the Moche iconography that I'll discuss today is based off of the Moche material culture, that there's thousands of these ceramic vessels, really well-crafted bichrome ceramic vessels, usually with a kind of rough base with cream and red pigment, or sort of reddish pigment. And then you have both fine line drawings on these ceramics, as well as figurative and applique types of technologies. So you can see two examples here, one of the more famous portrait vessels, as well as these battle scenes where you see human images with war clubs, and in this case, sea lions, but we have many other species that are found in these collections as well. So some of the fine line examples that you get from Moche iconography include some of these sort of elaborate scenes where you have usually these gabled roof structures with human attendants, and then you have a mix of animal figures that are found alongside these humanoid figures. This one scene is well known in kind of the Moche sphere. It's called the Revolt of the Objects scene. So you have human figures that become sort of objects of prey of inanimate objects. So things like war clubs, pins, other types of inanimate objects grow legs and arms and attack humans. And in this scene, usually in the sort of lower register, at least in this one example of the Revolt of the Objects scene, you get a reversal of animal roles. So as opposed to sea lions hunting the fish are hunting the sea lion. So it's sort of a kind of reversal of the predator and prey relationship. So it sort of goes along with the reversal between animate and inanimate objects. You also get other scenes like these figurative representations of animals from the Moche period. There's many examples of camelids, so llamas and alpacas. So these are the pack animals that were used widely throughout this period, kind of throughout the Andes in general for several thousand years. And you get interesting representations, sort of similar like camelid depictions, llama and alpaca heads that are actually crafted quite similarly to the human portrait vessels. And then you also get human figures that are kind of riding along the backs of camelids with the bridles and their packs. And you also get dog depictions. So these are some of the domestic animals that are depicted in some of the iconographic record. And it's interesting to note that dogs are quite key as sort of these companion animals, but they're also hunting companions as well. So you get these elite scenes of dogs hunting alongside the kind of elite humans, hunting various different deer. The spotted coat of deer is something that exists usually within the first few months of life. So it's likely these depictions are showing hunting juvenile deer, which is quite interesting. So this would have been white-tailed deer on the coast. There is the potential of a red-tailed deer or the hemel deer called Taruka in the region that could have descended from higher altitudes, but more likely it's a white-tailed deer species that they would have been hunting. So it's interesting to note where you get the domestic species like dog, like camelids, you get guinea pigs as well. I didn't include those in any of these in this presentation, but you do get guinea pigs. Usually they're sort of depicted as kind of food offerings. They're usually skewered and shown as sort of on a plate in some of the iconographic representations. But what's interesting is that you don't see any of these domestic species depicted in any sort of anthropomorphized composite figure. You get that in the case of wild species. So these are several examples of foxes, fox heads in particular, that are that form part of a kind of humanoid figure, carrying either small packages or carrying war shields. And they usually also have fanged features that obviously they would have had extended and elongated canines, but the fanged feature in general is associated with the principal deity of Ayaypayek. So the exaggerated fanged kind of snarling face is is quite representative of a sort of deified individual. So it's interesting that you don't get dogs in this particular depiction, but you get foxes instead. And these are depicted and differentiated as fox in particular because of the bushy tails that are usually depicted alongside, along the backsides of these depictions. Another animal that we see as sort of composite or sort of anthropomorphized figure is deer. So I mentioned already the deer hunting scene, but we also get figurative depictions of deer. And you can see some of these examples, one example here from the Stuttgart Museum, from the Linden Museum in Stuttgart, Germany, where you get the deer head that's depicted on the human body. And there's been some really interesting interpretive work done on what this might mean in terms of the sort of parallel kind of metaphorical relationship of deer and humans. So Christopher Donnan, who is a prominent Moche scholar based out of UCLA, he's interpreted some of these depictions as being kind of parallel humanoid figures for sacrificial offerings. So the idea of the deer hunting scene was a kind of metaphor for the act of such skirmishes and sort of small scale warfare that would have occurred throughout the Moche period that would have allowed for elites to capture foreign or non-local individuals to then be incorporated into their sacrificial events. And as I already showed, a lot of these sacrificial victims would have been physically incorporated into Moche contexts. So the deer is understood or sort of interpreted as this animal metaphor for a human prisoner. And this parallels the depictions of ropes around the neck and bound limbs, usually legs and arms. And we get comparative human depictions with similar positioning. Another wild species that's prominent in Moche iconography is sea lion. So you get, again, these very interesting, these are stirrup vessels that have just the sea lion heads. You get composite figures of sea lions with other marine species and avian species. And then you can see one particular vessel here with a individual humanoid figure, humanoid face, chewing coca, likely with the sort of wad by the cheek, and then a sea lion depicted on the head of this particular human face. So they do feature prominently. Birds are also quite common. So you get owls, you get sea ospreys, you get other raptor birds, vultures, as well as condors. And in another version of this Revolt of the Object scene, you actually get an owl figure. That's kind of the main prominent figure in this version. And then all the inanimate objects that have grown arm and legs are depicted attacking humans. So the owl figure is quite a prominent figure in other versions of the Revolt of the Objects. So the way that this project kind of came about was to try to better understand how broadly the Moche artisans and elites that were commissioning artwork were depicting animals in distinct ways to better understand sort of their division and concept of the wild and the domestic world, or the kind of wild and sort of human world. And so in addition to looking at the broader iconography and tracking some of the broader patterns there, I also was fortunate to work alongside the Wakukulada Archaeological Project directed by Edward Swenson from the University of Toronto. And I looked at some of the iconography as well as animal remains that emerged out of that project. So the site dates to the late Moche period, dates to between about 600 to about 900 CE. And the site is a large temple mound that's about 20 meters high, about 150 meters long. And the site has three principal sectors, sectors A, B, and C. And you have prominent Moche ceramics as well as highland ceramics that do emerge in sort of the main kind of ceremonial area of the site of Sector B, as well as these coastal, larger coastal vessels used for storage. So the site's located in the Hecatepeke Valley, and this is the northern region of Moche influence for the period. And the project has uncovered quite a number of really impressive animal finds, both in the material culture as well as in the skeletal evidence. So there are depictions of felines as trumpets. There's the extensive use of spondylus shell that would have been widely traded in the region. And then we also get spindle whorls that have bird depictions and that sort of extended hook and general morphology of some of these bird depictions likely point to vulture family or sort of predatory birds. And then we get some of these animal burials as well that emerge. So these are three alpaca, llama or alpaca burials, and then you get disarticulated remains as well that were widely used. So I kind of worked from the kind of Levi-Straussian idea of that animal images and animals in general are good to think with, that obviously we know that animals were key parts of diet, and we can start there definitely, but I think especially in terms of the key and extensive iconographic corpus of the Moche, looking at their iconography in a little bit more detail, and not necessarily just assuming that all animals were used as a dietary role, was something that I found important for this project. So it definitely stems from this broader idea of that animals are good to think with and think through different things. So I tracked, as I mentioned, sort of broader patterns in the iconographic record among the Moche, among different museum collections, a couple of them in Germany, and as well as the Larco Museum in Lima. And based off of a collection of over 200 vessels, I was able to track that broadly. You had the most common types of animals were birds. You also had reptiles that are quite common, as well as mammals. And then I was able to track at the site of Huaco Colorado based off of about 100 objects. So this was a combination of ceramic objects, metal objects, as well as worked bone objects depicting animal images, that again, this pattern was quite common. So birds, reptiles, as well as feline canids, or a specific mammal group, were the most common across the site. Birds were notably common in sector B of the site, which is the sort of elite area, while you have more common depictions of mammals in sector A, which is a kind of more domestic production area of the site. So there are differences in the use areas and the general use of different animal species. So I just wanted to showcase what some of these images look like based off of the findings, both kind of other examples from the museum collections, as well as primary findings from the site of Huaco Colorado. So you can see another example. This is actually from the Ethnological Museum in Berlin. And you see this sort of broad a depiction of an owl. You have a smaller owl figure in kind of the pectoral region of the figure. But interestingly, you have this human figure that's depicted as the wing. So there's this kind of fluidity in the wild animal form in particular, where you see more composite figures and you see a sort of full figure depiction of domesticated animals. So you don't get the sort of partability that you get among wild species. Usually dogs and usually camelids and guinea pigs are depicted as those animals in proper form, and you don't get the blending of features. And then at the site of Huaco Colorado, in addition to this one trumpet that I mentioned, there's also other musical instruments such as birds. There's also a camelid depiction as well, and then depictions of sea lions and fine line ceramics. You get as well as several other figurative representations, oftentimes sort of in figurative form and usually on handles of bottles. So something that would have been quite prominent as the vessel was being used. And a lot of these patterns align quite well with some of the animal burials that have been found at the site. So again, there isn't this sort of partability at all in terms of how animals are represented or used. So you get the full dog burial, full dog burials rather than sort of parts of dogs. But that's not the case for wild animals. So you can get deer limbs. So the top image here, you can get a parrot head and you can get sea lion head, which shows that it's parts of these animals that are being depicted. And a lot of times this parallels the iconographic record, where you get sea lion heads or bird heads or deer limbs and not the full animal depicted. It's usually blended within anthropomorphic form. What was really interesting with findings from the site of Huaco Colorado is that these two dog burials are just two examples of the various dog burials found, but there was an interesting potsherd that was found nearby in the same sort of sector of these two burials, where you see two dogs fighting. So it's obvious that animals were quite prominent in the ritual practice as well as elite practice of the site. And it parallels some of the ways that these animals were directly incorporated into the archaeological record. Some really important parallels as well with sea lions, as I mentioned, are quite prominent. And you get them in these sort of battle scenes, as well as these figurative scenes, usually with the gastroliths, so these stones that they swallow to help with buoyancy and whatnot. And then you, as I mentioned, you can get some interesting burials of sea lions, this one in particular of a skull that was found at the base of a post. The Bird depictions at the site were also quite prominent. So you can see within this metal artifact, we get various birds, one particular set of bird depictions, as well as graffiti at the site, likely showing a pelican. This one particular image here of the bone spatula on the right-hand side was actually from the Lerco Museum, but you also get other working of osseous material. This is actually of antler and likely of a vulture depiction with red lining along the face. That's likely of cinnabar origin. Just to finish up, some other parallels within the depiction of camelid offerings. So this is a later Inca depiction that shows the process of sacrificing camelids, where you wouldn't get any cut marks on the bone based off of cutting into the abdomen. And the actual burial offerings found from the site of Huacolcolora didn't have any cut marks or any blunt force trauma that likely points to or could potentially suggest a similar type of practice where you wouldn't have had any cut marks left on the bone. So I just wanted to finish off with this one image. The kind of broad Andean world had a sort of constant sense of connection between the mountains and the sea, and key monoliths on the landscape would have been important markers for this connection. And in this particular hydrocosmological scene, the dark Yama constellation of the Diakana was an important image and model for the circulation of the evaporation of the ocean and then into the precipitation from the mountains. And it's interesting, nearby the site of Huacolcolora, we have the stone monolith. And when I hiked up there several years ago, it dawned on me that maybe I was looking at animal images too much, but the image of this particular monolith was striking as it looked like an animal form, potentially a deer or even potentially a llama. So it's one of the ways that I guess our practice and our interests in animals in different images in the past can also influence maybe how we're looking at the landscape and being open to potentially past people seeing similar things in the landscape as we do today. So I'd like to thank the project as well as all these funding bodies and your attention, and welcome any questions when we have time at the end of the session. So thank you.
Thank you, Alexis, so much. This was really fascinating. And here at the university, we highly value transdiscipline approach. And there's so much to learn from our colleagues in different disciplines. So we certainly thank you for your presentation. So thank you very much. Our next presenter, and then again, as mentioned, we will be doing questions at the end of this session. So our next presenters are Anastasia Ropa, Latvian Academy of Sport Education, and Edgar Ropes, independent researcher. Their topic is the unicorn, the serpent, and two mice in the parable of human life from antiquity to the Middle Ages. Thank you.
Okay, so hopefully it will come full screen. We modified the title, it's the same presentation. I just thought that it would go very well with our front page. So we will be speaking first. I will be speaking and then Edgar will take over. We are on the same computer. And when we were presenting, we are both interested in horses. We are kind of horse historians. If there is such a thing as horse historian, I'm also a scholar of literature and Edgar is a scholar of law and folklore. But today we are going to work also another head as amateur illuminators and calligraphers. So the topic of this presentation first came about as we were looking at different manuscripts, both Slavic and Western manuscripts, and found some interesting pictures of the unicorn. Made us wonder. So today we think of unicorns as marvelous creatures inhabiting a world of girly cartoons and toys, galloping away alongside winged horses and ponies to the delight of little and not so little females. Unicorns are white, often with pink deck, graceful and horse-like. There is little controversy as to whether they are beautiful, magical, or good, and their belonging to the aqueous kind is equally problematic. However, in the ancient medieval world, views on the unicorn varied across times, cultures, and sometimes even within the writings of single authors. Indeed, there was no even a unified consensus on what sort of creature the unicorn was or who its closest relatives were. May not have been the horse at all. Accordingly, the ancient Greek author Pliny the Elder writes in the 1st century CE in his Natural History that the unicorn, whom he describes as monocerotum, is the fiercest animal said to be impossible to capture live. Pliny's description of this animal's appearance suggests a hybrid, far removed from the unicorn of the 21st century commercial image as an elegant horned equine. It has the body of a horse, the head of a stag, the feet of an elephant, the tail of a boar, a single black horn 3 feet long in the middle of its forehead. For once, only the body is that of the horse, while the other features, when combined, are unlikely to produce a refined impression. Even the horn is black, contrary to the white horns we are used to seeing on the unicorn of modern cartoons and in medieval artistic sources. It should be noted that not all ancient medieval authors conflated the unicorn with the monoceros, thought to be based on the African or Indian rhinoceros, and thus not being an equine at all. The medieval manuscript known as the Harley Bestiary includes a miniature of the monoceros on folio 15R, and a somewhat more familiar image, more familiar to the 21st century scholar that is, of the unicorn and the maiden on folio 6V. The Harley illuminator followed Pliny's original instructions with considerable fidelity, producing a creature that a modern observer might identify with Frankenstein's wildest experiment, but hardly ever with the unicorn. At the same time, later, an ancient author Ellenus follows in Pliny's footsteps and links the unicorn with India in his work on the characteristics of animals, saying India produces horses with one horn, they say, and the same country fosters asses with a single horn. And from these horns, they make drinking vessels. And if anyone puts a deadly poison on them and the man drinks, the plot will do him no harm. For it seems that the horn, both of the horse and of the ass, is an antidote to the poison. For Elian, the unicorn is either a horse or an ass, not a hybrid. It is only the horns that apparently constitute the difference between the unicorn and the more mundane equids, but this horn is imbued with supernatural properties that drove what can be described as the medieval and early modern unicorn craze. The belief that the horn of the unicorn was an antidote to the poison led to numerous counterfeit horns being sold on the medieval market in the form of drinking horns, from which the lucky owner could enjoy his or her drink without the danger of being poisoned. Tapering horns that could be dipped into drinking vessels prior to consumption, or horns that could be reduced to powder and ingested as aphrodisiacs. And so the medieval authors were familiar with both Pliny's and Elian's texts, and this can be confirmed by looking at the medieval bestiaries, the books of real and fantastic animals. Indeed, fantastic animals such as the unicorn could have been as real to medieval authors, scribes, and illuminators as lions, tigers, elephants, and ostriches, none of which they were likely to have seen in real life. So, for example, in the above Harley bestiary, we have Monoceratus on one folio and then the unicorn. And despite this fact that it's clearly described as Monoceratus, a horrible monstrum, monstrum horrido, we also see that the later readers of this bestiary, probably in the 16th century, scribbled on the margins, didn't copy the margin, but it's on the right-hand side margins next to Monoceratus. This is unicorn, so no question. So overall, and the other folio 6V has the unicorn, and we see this famous and somewhat romantic, or not so romantic, motif: the unicorn holding its horn in a maiden's lap. So the scene as depicted in the Harley bestiary, it's not so romantic. A woman clutches the head and front feet of a goat-like creature, while a company of hunters armed with a sword, a spear, and a halberd is attacking it. The man with the sword and the spear have already thrust their weapons into the animal's body, and its blood is pouring down. This unappetizing picture illustrates what Isidore of Seville says in his etymologies. The unicorn is too strong to be caught by hunters except by trick. If a virgin girl is placed in front of a unicorn and she bares her breast to it, all of its fierceness will cease and will lay its head on her bosom, and thus quieted is easily caught. It is this thing that we see time and again in medieval bestiaries and on the margins of medieval manuscripts. A virgin girl may be naked, or she may be clothed, and the unicorn may look more like a goat or like a horse. The weapon of the hunter may be a spear or a sword, but despite the variety of details, this motif is easily recognizable. Indeed, the bestiary was a popular genre, not only in Isidore of Seville's Latin, but also in translation and adaptation in the vernacular languages. Thus, Guillaume Leclerc wrote a text in Middle French, Le Bestiaire Divan, which provided figurative explanations to the familiar plots and figures of the bestiary. The hunted, bleeding unicorn who trustingly places his horn into the maiden's lap, only to become target to the hunter's weapons, is Christ, the sinless Son of God, born of the Virgin Mary and killed by the Jews. So following this logic, the unicorn's horn is a symbol of unity, of the unity of divine and human natures in Christ. And if we go back to the Harley Illuminator, as the Harley manuscript, we see the depiction of this message visually. Can we go back? Yes, because we can see that the Virgin Maiden's two fingers are held together. So again, this is the sign of unity of Christ. The biblical credentials of the unicorn can be established by looking also at other devotional manuscripts, including Psalters, where the unicorn can appear in the company of other creatures, horned, winged, and scaled, and an integral part of the universe. Oops. Here we go. So this biblical appearance of the unicorn, such as the one we see in the so-called Godno Psalter, a richly illuminated 16th century manuscript boasting of 300 miniatures, originates from certain translation of the biblical text from Hebrew, where the word unicorn was substituted for another horned creature. And in this context, the wild, long-horned unicorn, proudly stepping with its right leg, is part of the animal kingdom as originally created by God. Here we see it in the middle. And it's symbolic that the illuminator of Godno Psalter shows the unicorn facing an ox, an animal frequent in Christian iconography. And the other creatures, not sure who they are. It could be a small foal, and the other could be also an ox depicted beneath the unicorn is the ox pair. The upper layer shows sheep grazing on a green meadow, and below the rock we see creatures of the air, birds and angels, underneath the fish and the snakes. So there we can see the divinely ordained universe, where the horse-like unicorn holds the place of pride in the center of creation. It should also be noted that this snow white unicorn with its powerful, gracefully bent neck, a slender, elongated body and legs stepping deeply underneath the rump, come as close as we can see in medieval art or the modern vision of the unicorn, but it's still not quite a horse. It's got cloven hooves, and we see the reminder of this hybrid nature of the unicorn. But this is not the only depiction of the unicorn, and here Edgar is going.
Yes, here I'm taking over. So as Anastasia mentioned, apart from nearly ubiquitous depiction of unicorn and the maiden motif, which many people are familiar with, today there is another one, which was quite prominent in the Middle Ages, but largely forgotten now. And it is this scene, as you can see here, which depicts a unicorn, a man climbing a tree, a dragon or some other animal beside the tree, and two other creatures, one black and one white, at the roots of the tree. This image can be found in also on the margins of psalters and books of hours, carved as a decoration on cathedrals, etc. And unlike the motif with unicorn in the maiden, it is as common in the West as it is in the East. This image comes from an interesting tale called the Vita, or the Tale of Balaam and Josaphat, which was known in the High Middle Ages in Europe in Vincent de Beauvai's version in French. Although it was traditionally ascribed to John Chrysostom, although modern scholars consider it to be later, it is based on surprisingly on an Indian story, which you probably may be familiar with. Josaphat was the son of an Indian king, and it was prophesied to his father that if Josaphat will live the life free of any suffering, he will become the great king. And if, however, he will know suffering, he will become a great sage. So the king, deciding that he needs an heir to leave his kingdom to, surrounds Josaphat with all manner of luxury. But eventually, the young prince still learns that there is suffering, and then there is death, and sets out on the quest to find out the means to liberate humanity from those. If it sounds familiar, then it should be. It is a Christian retelling of the life of Buddha. However, unlike Buddha, who meditated under the tree and achieved enlightenment, Prince Josaphat finds a Christian hermit called Balaam, who explains everything to him, basically. And one of the stories the hermit tells the prince is the parable of the unicorn, which is what the image depicts. The story goes as follows. There was a man who was escaping from a fierce unicorn, terrified by his horrible visage and not wishing to be devoured by him. And when running, he found a tree and climbed onto it, and thinking that he was now in safety, looked down and saw beneath the tree a great chasm, and in the great chasm there was a fierce dragon. And at the roots of the tree there were two mice, although you wouldn't say from this image that those are mice. Look more like dogs. White and black, gnawing at the roots of the trees. And then the hermit explains what is the meaning of the parable. The unicorn is death, which awaits all men. The tree is the tree of human life. And the creatures at the roots, black and white, is one day and one night of human existence, slowly eating away at the tree until it collapses, and unless a man in the tree leads pious life and is therefore taken by the angels up to heaven, the tree falls and he falls into the great chasm, and the dragon is obviously the devil. So, as you can see, since the motif was depicted on the margins of books which do not contain the story of Balaam and Josaphat, it was probably supposed to be immediately understood what it refers to.
Yeah, so sometimes we see in the images, we could see just the unicorn attacking a tree, and we don't really know why it's a unicorn. Sometimes we can see kind of more clear depiction. I thought I had a slide with the original, but obviously it got lost somewhere. For example, here we see this little mice, the full story. And here we see like the two parts. This book, it's also a 16th century, the original 16th century. Looks a bit older than my copy and a bit pretty, I guess, as well. But it has the legend of the parable written right beneath the story, and kind of in two parts. In the one part, we see the unicorn who is chasing the man up the tree, and on the other hand part, we see the man on the tree. This creature, who is described as a serpent in the Slavonic language, and we see these two indistinct mice, and also this serpentine heads surrounding him as he is praying on the top of the tree. So
and sometimes images even split into parts that, for example, if there is an open folio, the tree would be on the left, the unicorn on the right.
Oh, see, here it's also split actually, because
but it's the same image.
It's the same image, but it's divided by colors.
Yes.
So it's kind of in two parts. First, the unicorn chases the man up the tree, and then the man is sitting there praying and looking fearfully. Anything you wanted to add?
No.
Oh, but then we would like to thank you for your attention and enjoy the unicorns. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm sure Carolyn will have a lot to say. She just recently gave a fascinating talk on unicorns and narvals. Our third presenter is Anura Gobin from University of Calgary, and her topic is The Birds and the Bees, Laughter, Death, and Procreation in the Dutch Republic. Hello, Anu.
Hi.
Please take it away.
Okay, thank you. It's really wonderful to be a part of this fantastic symposium. Thank you to the organizers for including me. And before I begin, I have a bit of a confession. So I'm an early modernist. So I am completely out of my traditional comfort zone here. And I'll be talking about some later examples and what we've considered thus far. But this has just been such an incredible learning experience to really reflect on the long and rich history of animals since antiquity. And I've already seen so many productive overlaps. I'm thinking of Raphael's paper yesterday with the peacocks. So I really look forward to developing these connections. So on to a short early modern digression. So in the Dutch Republic, criminals who had committed particularly egregious crimes were publicly executed. And some of these bodies, if decreed by their official sentence, were moved to the gallows field for further display. In the province of Holland, the gallows were typically located just outside city boundaries. The movement of criminal bodies to the gallows and the accompanying spectacle was intended as a symbolic cleansing of the unacceptable transgressions which had been committed within the city. So just very briefly, typically executions would take place outside the town hall, and select bodies would be transported by the executioner along the streets and accompanied by spectators. And then they would travel to across the water to the gallows field. And you can see this, that the gallows field has been included in this map that I have here. So quite a bit of time and expenditure to move bodies. And I show here what would typically have been a scene encountered at the gallows, where people would move with the executioner to see these displayed bodies. So while the display of executed criminals was intended to signify authority and underscore a sense of safety, this was not always how the sight may have been perceived by all. Today, I want to focus on one way that official intentions came to be resisted by considering the symbolism of birds in relation to the gallows. In so doing, I hope this case study demonstrates how men and women displayed agency and did not just unquestioningly accept what was requested of them. By highlighting some of the unsanctioned actions that occurred at the gallows, It will allow for a more nuanced understanding of the way spaces and sites could have multiple meanings for different types of people. But before I do that, some background, and admittedly a somewhat drastic shift away from punished bodies to that of humor. But I promise I'll bring together these ideas of laughter, death, procreation, and birds at the end in support of my claims, or at least that's my hope. So during the early modern period, the Dutch were well known for their humor. They published numerous jest books that were in great demand, and this interest in jokes also transferred to the visual realm, with thousands of surviving examples of humorous paintings and prints, in many instances with animals serving as the main subject of the composition, and I show one example here. Humor and entertainment was one method of presenting didactic and moralizing messages in a manner that would be palatable for readers and viewers. It also allowed particularly sensitive topics to be addressed without causing overt offense or generating reprimand. One specific example of this in terms of birds and animals is the use of the Dutch verb vogelen, which means to bird. And it was a common euphemism for sex, and birding in some places, the UK in particular, still has that resonance today. The link between birding and sex did not just exist in slang language, but was incorporated into literature, marriage poems, plays, and visual culture. The word was even used in official judgments. To give one example, dated October 22nd, 1602, it states, and I quote from this, that he, referring to the accused, had birded the plaintiff's wife on several occasions and at different places, end quote. Linked to this, many Dutch genre paintings contained secondary meanings beyond initial appearance, intended to add a double or humorous dimension for those who could decipher the underlying innuendo. Excuse me. An overt example of this in visual culture can be seen in this kitchen scene. A young man encounters a maid at work, and the two figures are depicted enthusiastically smiling at each other while surrounded by objects that symbolize carnal lust. The man holds a dead duck in his hand, a reference not only to vogelen more generally, but also specifically to the male sexual organ. We have a dead hare represented, representing a popular expression of the period called, the expression was hunting the hare, which was yet another euphemism for sex related to animals. The pictured maid appears receptive to the desires of the young man, as she's represented holding a spit onto which she suggestively thrusts a hen. Located throughout the kitchen are objects linked to carnal desire. Of particular note, the phallic-shaped hanging cock, the pestle and mortar, you can see them in the background here. The young man's handling of an open jug with his extended middle finger, all humorous and explicit references to sexual intercourse. And we know from contemporary writings that viewers understood these explicit references being made in images like this, as well as others that presented double meaning in a much more subtle fashion. An example of this can be seen in Gabriel Metsu's Poultry Cellar. So upon first glance, this image appears to be a realistic and innocent representation of a young woman who is purchasing some meat for her dinner. An older male bird seller presents one of his goods for sale while she inspects it and is surrounded by a variety of other specimens. The presented bird, however, is not all that is on offer. Alerting us and a 17th century viewer to this are all the birds displayed. We even see the hare in the foreground linked to hunting the hare that I previously mentioned, as well as the heightened alertness of the dog as if protecting his mistress. Further, Metsu's image was drawn directly from a well-established visual subject that was much less subtle than his version. This print by Hillis van Breen illustrates the sexual illusions in a more overt manner. Van Breen's print also features a transaction between a woman and a bird seller. Instead of holding out a rooster for inspection, Van Breen's bird cellar reaches quite suggestively into his trousers. Positioned on top of a cage located just below his knee is a dead duck, and you can see the duck that I'm talking about here. The duck's shape and position and echo the angle of the cellar's hand above and calls attention to what's being grasped in his trousers. The print also includes an inscription below that illuminates the dialogue between the two figures, and this is the inscription to which I refer. The text states, "How much is that bird seller?" Translated. He sold to whom? To the alewife who I bird the whole year long, end quote. The comment and gesture of the bird seller makes explicit that the pictured economic transaction is, in fact, one of a sexual nature. In Van Breen's print, the presence of and reference to birds would have provided visual precedents for understanding the underlying transaction occurring in Metsu's composition. Metsu's painting can thus be considered within this visual tradition, containing a secondary layer of meaning to what on first glance appears to be an innocent commercial transaction in the marketplace. So viewers would have been familiar with the close looking and required to decipher the double meaning presented in many of these genre paintings. So what does all of this have to do with vanished criminal bodies with which I began? Given the established sexual innuendo of birds and birding in oral, literary, and visual sources, I want to delve a bit deeper into this link that may have been understood in relation to images of the gallows. The gallows in Amsterdam were, for one example of a city, were referred to as the Wolewijk, a name that likely derives from the words vogel and wijk, which means region of the birds. This avian association with the site is linked to the obvious fact that birds and other animals would have gathered at this location to feast on the decaying human bodies left exposed to the elements. Even sentencing formulas acknowledge the ultimate fate of condemned bodies. So one surviving sentence claimed that the condemned, and I quote from this 17th century source, never be committed to the earth, that the wind will blow him apart and the crows, ravens, and other birds will tear him up and consume him, end quote. Another similar reference stipulated that the executed criminal body be placed for public view at the gallows field, and I quote again, to be consumed by the air and birds of heaven, end quote. This avian preoccupation points to a desire that the criminal body never be committed to the earth being strongly connected to Dutch civic identity, something I'm happy to expand on in the question period. What happens, however, when a site intended for somber reflection and deterring illicit actions gets transformed into one used for the pursuit of pleasure? One such pleasurable activity that came to take place near executed and broken bodies was that of bird hunting. And you can see the gallows in the background. Quite strikingly, this etching by Jan van de Velde II visualizes how elaborate such activities around the gallows could become. We see a party of well-dressed men and women huddled in the shade provided by a large tree at the corner of the print. A male member of this party holds the strings attached to nets laid on the ground just below the gallows. The group has gathered at this site to take advantage of the human food source that attracts the birds. Given the double meaning of birds I've previously established, the presence of hunters at the gallows may have prompted a secondary understanding of what occurred in this liminal space outside city boundaries, which is why I made the point to show you on the bird's eye view of the map where the gallows were located, so outside city limits. Within this comic precedence, the men and women under the trees in the right foreground of Van de Velde II's image may have been read with erotic overtones, given the activity they have gathered to undertake. In similar fashion to the double meaning of the birds in the images I highlighted previously, the bird traps, which dominate the center of the image, have been seen and have been discussed in books of the period as a symbol for female genitals. So the nets laid out to trap birds points to the kinds of unscrupulous activities that may have transpired at the gallows, given its unpoliced location outside city limits. And there are many prints of these activities, and in almost all of them, there really is a desire by the artist to underscore the distance from city limits. You can see the city in the background of this composition. And Van de Velde II was not unique in his inclusion of bird hunting at the gallows. We have a number of unofficial images of the gallows that show this activity. And I show just one more to underscore my point, this time by Hendrik Averkamp. And Averkamp even positions the bird hunter as the focus of the composition. So here we have an older man who reclines on the ground while surrounded by dead birds and the various instruments used in their capture. Unassumingly, yet still quite visibly in the background of the image, are occupied gallows, and again, the faint outline of the city, and you can see the bodies that hang there. The unsupervised bird hunting takes place in a space subject to different codes of conduct. Traditionally, the bird catcher carried negative associations, as this activity was linked to temptation and deception of the innocent. The juxtaposition of bird catching in proximity to the gallows may have simultaneously prompted multiple interpretations by viewers of this image, of these types of images. Warning of the need for vigilance to avoid the fate of the condemned, it also pointed to unsanctioned, potentially amorous behavior through established literary and visual precedents. Compositions featuring bird hunting at the gallows may have functioned, in the words of the 17th century artist Samuel van Hoogstraten, as images with details that surreptitiously explain. The link between bird traps and sexuality was so established in the period that this motif was incorporated in emblem books. So, for example, this print of Cupid catching birds in a landscape was used as an illustration in the publication Emblemata Amatoria of 1686. As this image and the accompanying text attest, love and sex prompt people to desire being trapped and want to exchange their freedom for physical pleasure. So some who congregate near the gallows may in similar fashion be seeking voluntary entrapment. The unsanctioned actions alluded to at the gallows through the presence of bird hunters was, I am arguing, one manner of registering resistance. By couching this rejection of the austere behavior required by authorities with the use of birds as symbols, artists and consumers of such images were able to escape potential reprimand. Resistance strategies at the gallows were not, however, always this subtle. And in the larger project that this talk is drawn from, I outline a number of these resistance strategies. So the decision to display already executed corpses to prolong their punishment was sometimes completely rejected by members of Dutch society. The outrage of having one's family member or friend left to publicly decompose was apparently too much for some to accept. In these instances, resistance to punishment rituals was direct, with bodies left on the gallows being covertly removed. And to give just one example from the archives, of which there are a number, in 1689, the court in Amsterdam issued a notification offering a reward for any information leading to the apprehension of those responsible for stealing the corpse of Jacob Brouwer, who had been executed a few days earlier. So the fact that a formal court system was in place to offer a monetary award for such acts of resistance suggests that thefts of cadavers occurred with some degree of frequency. Now, these body thieves risk severe reprimand for their actions if caught. So perhaps only close family and friends of the executed would risk such an undertaking. For others not directly related to the criminal on display, more subtle and symbolic acts of resistance, as that's seen in reference to birding activities at the gallows, would have to suffice. So This is where I bring in the final part of my talk on procreation as a means of conclusion and to really attempt to bring together some of the somewhat disparate ideas I've been discussing thus far. So as we're all aware, a potential outcome of sexual activity could be pregnancy. The gallows looming over illicit sexual encounters, the result of which may be pregnancy and subsequent procreation, was not a link lost on Dutch audiences. Catchpenny prints, which were marketed to children, sometimes contained moralizing messages presented in comic fashion. Popular catchpenny prints included the figures of Jan de Vasser and his wife Griet, who presented gender roles to children through the process of comic inversion. And these really are fascinating objects. They're in essence early modern comic strips for children, and they had a long life over 3 or 4 centuries. And they tended to use stock figures of Jan and Griet. Contemporary comparison would be the Archie comic figures of Betty and Veronica. So they were well recognized, and these catchpenny prints tended to maintain a typical general template. This could be another full talk, but what is of note in these prints is one of these scenes. So as I said, they follow a general trajectory. Jan and Griet meet, they get married, there's comic inversion of roles in the household. And in these 3 examples, I'm interested in this panel here, here, and here, of which I have a detail. So after Jan and Griet marry, they decide to expand their family by having a baby. So this idea of procreation. Now, how do Jan and Griet go about obtaining this baby? Well, they travel via boat to the Willekes. And you can see all the prominent birds included here. And in the captions, there's a Willekes here. And in some, it maintains the bird, so Vogelwijk as well. So that explicit link to birds and the symbolism of birds. And so oral stories and catchpenny prints use the location of the gallows, specifically the Amsterdam Willekes, as the comedic source of babies. When children asked where babies came from, one response could be that mother traveled to the Willekes. This practice shares similarities with our current euphemistic reference to the stork or cabbage patch as a way of avoiding a biological explanation of pregnancy. The association of the Willekes as the source of babies was not only restricted to humorous anecdotes directed at children or popular expressions, as even the delivery room of Amsterdam's hospital came to be referred to as the Willekes. So additionally, the gallows field was the emblem of Amsterdam midwives, and they used the gallows as the image, and the image of the Willekes was used on signs that advertised their trade in the city. And unfortunately, we have no extant examples of these signs. They were used for kindling, not seen as objects of art to be preserved, but we know about them from written archival sources. So while images of the gallows were aimed as warnings against actions that harm the peaceful and ordered workings of the city and its residents, the circulation of certain types of images would have elicited contradictory interpretations in some viewers, taking on ambiguous, humorous, and potentially subversive meanings. The liminal location of the gallows also appears to have imbued it as a site rife with sexual innuendo, linked specifically to establish puns about birds, birding, and bird trapping. Thank you.
Thanks, Anu, so much. I am familiar with the Dutch Vanitas paintings and their association with mortality and spirituality. But now the dead animals, butchered and skinned animals as symbolism of erotica, only the Dutch. Thank you for this. That was amazing. Our last presenter for this session is Zara Kuzegari from Université de Lyon. And her topic is goats from subsistence economy to mythology in Zagros region, Mesopotamia and Western Iran. So thank you, Zara.
Can you see my PowerPoint, my slides?
It's coming.
Yeah, okay. I think I have a internet connection problem. Okay. Thank you so much for organizing this interesting and informative seminar. Greetings from Italy. Okay, I want to talk about goats from subsistence economy to mythology, or even religious in Zagros region in Mesopotamia and Western Iran. So as we know that goats are one of the first animals domesticated by human in archaeological excavations, we have the earliest evidences for the domestication of the goat in southwestern Iran. So this is the region I'm going to talk about, mainly this region. This is nowadays too, the goats are still used for their milk, meat, fur, and skins, and have important role in the subsistence economy of these societies in this region. So they also have been from this region. This is the Zagros side, Zagros mountains from in a side in Iranian side, and as you can see that they have been always the places again to host these animals, these beautiful animals that we can see here in different parts of this region. So their beauty and their specific characteristics have made them since very long history in the rock art of the Neolithic period. So representation has let them represented in artworks from that period on. So these are the regions that we have the earliest representation of the goats in different forms. But looking at the remained material, demonstrate that during the Neolithic, Chalcolithic, and to early Bronze Ages, so the goats are represented in artwork considering two respects. First, because of their beauty and their specific morphological characteristics. And second, this is because of their specific behaviors and their interaction with the human. So as you can see on these examples, for example, this pottery from Tapegion in central Zagros in Iran. And as you can see here on this type, and this is the goats, so the species of the goats that we can see in central Zagros in Iran, or in some part of the present Iraq, and some parts of present Turkey. So you can see the Persian ibex, or the goats which are represented in the artwork from that period. But in the representation of the goats from Susa or from Persepolis on some regions in southern Iran, again we see these stylistic representations of these goats with different morphological characteristics. As you can see, so the goat of the Persian, of the Susiana plain in southwestern Iran, they are having the same goats, and we see again their stylized representations on pottery in different artworks from the Chalcolithic period. So again, of this period that we can see on Balkun conical bowls in Fars in southern Zagros region, or again we can see these very so stylized or abstract representation of these goats on these art forms. And this is some different forms of the stylized goats represented on the conical balls from that region. But as we can see again from Cheshme Ali in Ismailabad, again we see a completely different representation of the goat. So in the central Iranian plateau. So we see really different forms, and then we come to the species that they are living as wild goats in that region, and sometimes some examples are domesticated forms. So we can see exactly the very artistic representations, very naturalistic representation of these animals. And as I told you, sometimes the goats are the subject of the artworks because of some of their characteristics, some of their behaviors or their interaction with the human or in the nature with other animals. So as we can see on these gold statues from Sumer in early dynastic period, again we see the same goat, and so as we can see again, this is completely represented in a way, in a behavior that these animals have. Or again, we can see these goats around in the Sassanid period stuccos. So they're in the both sides of a sacred tree, and we can see that the artists they view how they are represent, how they are doing, how they are behaving in the nature. So we have some stylized examples in the Luristan bronzes that we see are represented in these artistic forms. As well as during the Achaemenid period, we can see these winged goats, these creatures, this mixed creatures that in the form as they used as the handles of these objects. But I want to come back to the Bronze Age, to the early Bronze Age, by the formation of the emergence of the first cities, that their economy were highly dependent on the agriculture and domestication or domesticated animals. So from this period on, or by the formation of the early temples from the late Uruk and Kamdatnas period. So we can see that, or by the emergence of religious and the religious imagery, and we can say absolutely the narrative representation of different scenes. So again, we have these goats offered to the temples and are represented in so symbolic scenes, in ritual objects from this period on, as well as on the seals. We have the emergence of new appearance of the new type of representation of a group of people who they have might, according to their clothes, according to their headdresses, they could have been interpreted as the Dumuzi sometimes, and who is the responsible of the goats or of the flocks of the temples. So as we can see here on numerous numerous cylinder seal in modern impressions, and numerous seals from that period. So we see these figures wearing a specific hat that we call them shepherd hat, and is feeding the flocks, the sacred flocks of the Inanna or the temples of that period. So what is interpreted as this kind of headdresses as the hat, we can see that the way that they are still using these shepherds in the Mesopotamia and in southwestern Iran, they are still using the same things as their hats, these shepherds. So again, we see these shepherd, maybe priests or shepherd kings associated to in some represented in some scenes, just feeding the flocks in Ishtar, with that it is associated to, this is symbol of the representation of the Ishtar the late Uruk and Jamdatnas period, and he is feeding them with these lotus, these sacred maybe grasses or sacred food to these animals. And we can see again horned animals represented in various scenes, various ritual things that being offered. Sometimes it's grazing and in different forms represented in the ritual art or art from this period, as well as these the figures, the shepherd kings or the shepherd the priests, which appear on these objects. But by the later periods, more later periods, we can see as we can see in Susa 2 level in Ilan, we have representations of again same kings, same figures with these short robes and or skirts, and they have with bare naked upper part of their bodies, and they are fighting with enemies. And we see that. So the role of these new class which appear during the late Uruk or Uruk period and continue to be apt to be seen, to be appear in the artistic representations of the later periods too. So they are fighting and they have new rules in that society, new duties in that society, sometimes controlling some commerce or doing different other duties, just having, say, keeping the and the people safe, and they have new duties in that societies, this new class. During the Jamdatnas period, as we can see, so this iconography is going, it still appear on some ceilings, and sometimes they are themselves are feeding by these sacred plants or sacred, I don't know, grass, sacred flowers represented in the or maybe within the temples that they are doing this. And again, we have this shepherd or the figures, the man with this shepherd hat, they appear in that society again in Mesopotamia. Just they are represented fighting or sometimes hunting some horned animals. So, and sometimes they are represented just again hunting lions or fighting with lions. But again, we see on the same period the priest kings or the, I don't know, shepherd kings, that they appear fighting their enemies and overcoming their enemies from again the same period. But again, we have these mountain goats, which is representative of the animals or the wild animals which appear to be in the central Zagros and in southwestern Iran, appear to be again represented in the artistic in the artistic artworks of the period throughout the whole period, as well as in the ceilings or seal from this period in the Proto-Elamite in southwestern Iran. So these mountain goats, which are associated, always represented around the symbol of these mountainous areas, they are the people who are associated into the northwestern Iran. So these animals, they have specific characteristics. They can it is difficult to domesticate goat. The goats are not very easygoing. They are very curious animals. They are very playful. You can't make them imitate something that would do something as we can do in the flocks of the sheeps. You know, they're completely different. It is why it is really praised in Iran, and is still in the central Zagros. They have a special place for the special meaning. Sometimes they're considered sacred for some groups. So again, from this period, we have the early representation of these shepherd kings, maybe, or about wearing this shepherd hat and with these horns, goat horns, or the ibex horns that are added to their hats. So again, from this period on iconography of the Proto-Elamite period, again we see these shepherd hats worn by some specific figures, and again we see that the role of these horned goddesses again, or the seated grain goddess with the horned goddess, and we have again the horned animals around them in the southern Zagros area. By the early dynastic period, again, these figures, so these animals, the goats or these horned animals, are appear into some mythical scenes, mythical narrative scenes, and just conveying a new maybe meaning or a new concept. In Ivan dynasty, again, we see these horned gods and goddesses which are wearing the multi-horned things, multi-horn hats or headdresses, and this continues in the early dynastic period 3. But from early dynastic 3 period, we have written sources that again, like Lugal Zagesti of who he is the first king that declared himself as a king born for shepherding, the king shepherding in Mesopotamia. So, and from this period on, we have the iconography of representation of male figures holding a horned goat, maybe, and they are, while they are wearing, all of them are wearing this shepherd hat. We have many representations of these shepherd kings. In Akkadian period, so when the Lugal Sargon of Akkad and this Naram-Sin, so the kings, they are taking, as we can see here, Naram-Sin with his god's horned head, and we have the symbol of the gods, so flying ahead of him. So as we can see in the fragment of the mold, so this represents the Akkadian, from Akkadian period, this represents Naram-Sin, the Akkadian king, in front of Ishtar, who is for the first time represented in his new deity as the god, so king and possessor of vast empire. So this is for the first time appear, and we can see during the Akkadian period on, these are the Akkadian soldiers who are slaying some enemies. And according to the historical evidences, we know that from this period on, the Akkadians of the Naram-Sin, we have the Gutians, the Zagros inhabitants, who they come invade to the Mesopotamian lands, and they are making trouble to them. And from this period on, we have the representation of the kings, with arms, generally with arcs and bows. They are trying now here, and instead of feeding these mountain goats, as you can see, they are hunting them. These hunting scenes is representative maybe of the Elamite, of the Zagros inhabitant, the Zagros dwellers of that period, who they come to the Mesopotamian lowlands in search of food, or maybe again the wild goats or ibexes living in that mountainous areas. And from Babylonian texts, we know that sometimes these goats, they came to the farmlands of the Mesopotamians, and they were destroying their farms, and they cause many problems for the farmers of that region. It either could be representative of these ibexes or mountain ibexes, as well as these mountain dwellers that they came to Mesopotamia, and they cause problems for them. So, and as we can see again here in many ceilings, in some of the ceilings from this period, as we can see in mountainous areas with the trees that they are represented, and the symbol of mountains represented on this ceiling too. Again, we see the kings of the Mesopotamia are hunting these goats. So from this period on, we see the kings, or maybe the or the gods or goddesses sometimes, or some demons, they are fighting with horned or mixed horn animals, with some creatures, horned creatures that we can see. So we can say, so from this period on, and again, we have the Gutian period. We know that the Gutians are the inhabitants and dwellers of the Logos area. They came, and in a text known as the Curse of Akkad, the Gutian invasions are described as a divine retribution for Naram-Sin's looting of the temple of Enlil in Nippur. So as we can see here, like a small birds, they swooped on the ground in great flocks, because they stretched their out across the plain like a net for animals. Nothing escaped their clutches. No one left their grasps. So messengers no longer traveled the highways. The couriers' boat no longer passed along the rivers. The Gutian drove the trusty goats of Enlil out of their folds and compelled their herdsmen to follow them. They drove the cows out of their pens and compelled their cow-herds to follow them. Prisoners, men, devout, brigands occupied the highways. So as we can see from these texts, so they are causing this problem. And finally, in the second dynasty of Lagash, and we can see the seated Buddha wearing a shepherd hat. And from this period on, we see many representations of the kings, or we can call them the shepherd kings, which are wearing these hats. In the third dynasty of Ur, again, we see some kings represented as the king Urnamo, enthroned King Urnamo is represented again, not with the horned head as Naram-Sin, but he is represented by this shepherd head. So from this period on, we have many representations and many texts that we, for example, Seal of Shushin from the 2000 to 3037. So he is represented by the shepherd of the country and of four corners of the world. So there are many kings who, from this period on, they call themselves as they have the god's permission, the authority from the gods, as Dumuzi, so Tammuz or Dumuzi, so it is represented as a shepherd god. So from this period on, the shepherd Dumuzi will, for example, we have in many texts the name of the shepherd Dumuzi, so the adjective shepherd is used for the kings from this period on, or the shepherd of heaven. So they're used in many texts, for example, in original Sumerian tablet of the courtship of Inanna and Dumuzi. So here we can see in this line that make your milk sweet and thick, and bridegroom, my shepherd, I will drink your fresh milk. Wild bull Dumuzi, make your milk sweet and thick. I will drink your fresh milk, and let the milk of the goat flow in my sheepfold. So, and we can see in many texts that, so in these texts, Marduk, from whom the Hammurabi claims to have received his shepherd status, so he is referred to in the Enuma Elish tablet. So it's a Nibiru, the star who shepherd the gods like sheep. So we have many things, and from this period on, because the sheep is going, so the goat is going to be replaced by sheep, because from this period on we have a revolution in the textile and the wool, that we can say wool revolution. It is mentioned as the full revolution in the textile archaeology literature. So from this period on, again, we have different, so the goat is replaced by the sheep, and so the kings are going to be the shepherd of the kings of so dark hair flocks or light hair flocks. And we know that from this period on, the Mesopotamians, they are making advantages. They are having controlling the textile industry of the whole ancient Near East, and they are making advantages twice more than everything in that region. So when we know that from the following period, we have the old Assyrian trade colonies or trade diaspora of the Anatolian regions, and in most of the texts from that region too, we know that they are the trading textile. So from this period on, it is going to be replaced. These goats are going to be mainly replaced by the flocks of sheep, but we know that the flock of sheep cannot survive without having a group of goats with them, because the sheep always survey, they imitate, they go just one line and can't go back and forth in the same way. But the goats, they know that they're more intelligent than the sheep, and they sometimes in some sometimes it is said that they can interact. The way that the goats interact is the same as the horse interact with the human, or the dog's interaction with the human. So they are very intelligent animals too. So it is really difficult to have a flock of sheep without having some goats in them. So we have many, again, terracotta tablets with the records of goat herds or cow-herds. So from this period on, we have different texts, and we see that so the animals who have played a crucial role in the subsistence economy of a region, how they became important, they entered to the artistic representations. So first they are naturalistic representations on some potteries from the Neolithic or the early Chalcolithic period. From the Chalcolithic period on, we have some abstract representation of these animals. So, and by the early period, that we can see that by the development of these mythical narratives or the narrative scenes, they are represented in the legend, in mythical, passing through these mythical perspectives again, and they became considered as a symbol. Now we know that the goats are considered as a symbolic. They have very valuable information. They are very valuable for the Iranians, again, in the Sassanid or the Pahlavi text. We know that in Avesta, it is said that for a woman that she had a miscarriage, so give her the goat milk so that she could have another baby. So it is very interesting to see that. So we have the people who they use the horned hats, the kings, the horned gods, and the shepherd kings who appear in the Middle East. So this is all come from these artistic representations, and again we see that it's continued throughout a very long period in that region. Thanks for your attention. And
thank you, Zara. This was, here we go. Absolutely incredible. I love Mesopotamian art. It was such a joy to see it. And especially like thinking that Mesopotamian shepherd king survives to the modern day in
Yeah.
Christ the Shepherd, which
Yeah.
is just incredible. All right, so thank you so much, and we have some time for Q&A. So we would love to hear from you, and you can quiz our presenters.
I have a question for Alexa. As one of Paddington Bear's biggest fans, I have to ask, were there any depictions of the spectacled bear?
Not in Moche iconography, unfortunately, that I've seen or that's ever been kind of published. There's an interesting interpretation of the, there's a stele in Shavindawantar, which is in the Ancash region in the Central Highlands, and work by Yumi Park. She suggested that it potentially depicts as a spectacled bear. Indian bear. It runs kind of counter to some of the interpretations of feline as well as reptilian representations that have been previously interpreted, because the style of Shavin art is more geometric. It's quite naturalized. It's quite naturalistic like Moche, but it's more incised types of design rather than applique and painting. And it's usually made in stone and then engraved in ceramics. So that's one of the representations that I know of a potential spectacled bear.
It was just, I had to ask this question because you didn't mention the bear, and I thought there has to be some.
Yeah, on the coast, there's not really, the bears don't really come down that I know of. Usually we have potentially during the like Garua period. So when you have like the lomas vegetation that emerges in the desert coast, you sometimes get like taruka that will come down. So like the hamel deer. And then you get more often the white-tailed deer that are quite prominent, but I've never, in recent memory of at least contemporary movements of some of these animals, I'm not sure they come down that far to the coast.
So you haven't met Paddington Bear, the real life Paddington Bear?
No.
Thank you.
Lora?
So I wanted to ask Alexa, since you were talking about deer, I know that in Mayan art, deer are often represented with the tongue hanging out, which I saw on some of the images that you showed. Is there any connection between the way these cultures saw deer, do you think?
Maybe. The Maya and Moche overlap, and there's more and more research that's showing that the hairless dog that the Peru still has genetic linkages to the hairless dog in Central America. So there is a possibility that there might have been artistic styles and sort of traditions that would have maybe been traded back and forth, or there might have been conversation or trade where there was those connections to influence both styles. So it's possible. We know that trade of peanut and other types of resources was happening at the time. So I don't see why not there wouldn't have been potentially linkages. I wouldn't necessarily say it's the same origin, but maybe certain types of styles would have been shared. And we know that the Moche were interacting with the Amazon, which would have been quite difficult to get to because you have the Cordillera, the Andean Cordillera that's there, because we have monkey depictions. We have Amazonian seeds and other types of produce that are coming to the coast. So going to the north, I wouldn't see it outside of the realm of possibility. So yeah, there could be. I don't know about necessarily anything set in stone as of yet, but I think it's interesting to think about the possibility. So, and that's a good example.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I have a question for Anastasia and Edgar about the unicorns. So the dangerous unicorn story, does it gain much prominence in the Western European tradition, or do they ever sort of meld together, sort of the religious side of the unicorn and kind of the more peaceful side of the unicorn with the dangerous unicorn?
I think, Edgar, you spent more time looking at it.
Well, mostly looking at it, looking for it originally for the whole thing started for calligraphic purposes, but the story about dangerous unicorn, at this point I cannot say when exactly it disappears, but disappear it does. Just from the point of view of purely visual representations, you have the traditional unicorn and maiden motif in early modern pattern books, and I haven't seen the dangerous unicorn there.
Yeah, it reminds me a little bit of, and this could have something to do with its Indian origins as well. With, I think in it's the sort of Persian North African tradition, you get the karkadon, which is the Persian unicorn, which impales elephants on its horn. Like, it's more aggressive and its bellow is terrifying. So it's interesting to see how these different traditions kind of shift.
Yes,
back and forth.
maybe, because, well, this particular set of images seems to disappear probably with the Reformation. Although the text of the entire story of Balaam and Josaphat I found in 18th century books, the latest, I think, which includes the parable of the unicorn, but the image is definitely not as ubiquitous in these later periods.
Great, thank you.
I have a question for Anuradha. Thank you for that really fascinating foray into the modern Dutch period. And I found it very convincing. And I was wondering if you know the ancient story from Petronius's Satyricon of the widow of Ephesus.
I do not. No, please share.
You might be interested. I mean, there are no birds, but it's about a widow and a soldier whose husband's corpse is substituted for a criminal's corpse that is supposed to be hanging out for public display. And the soldier and the widow end up having sex in the tomb with the husband's corpse before that. So there are these associations with sex and death and corpses that you might find interesting.
Absolutely. I wonder if you could just put that in the chat, because I did not get it. Yeah.
Yes.
And thank you for that. And as I've been thinking about this, I see a lot of certainly medieval traditions that have perpetuated into the 17th century. So this would be a fantastic background to thank you for that.
There we go.
Yeah, I think this is really fascinating. I was thinking about that connection, death, sexuality, death, rebirth. And so, I mean, we have it if we look in Eastern religions, especially even in modern day Hinduism, if we look at art there and so on. And also going all the way back to Egypt, if we're looking at Isis and Osiris. So that's like, I don't know how much that is relevant, but basically, her husband, brother is killed and dismembered, and then she goes and finds all of his pieces around the world and puts them back together, and essentially has a child with his dead body. But another interesting thing, when you were showing that painting with the rooster, it immediately made me think of ancient Greek vases and homoerotic animal gifts. The rooster is a really, really common homoerotic gift in art. And it's always exactly like that. It's always kind of presented to the lover.
This is very helpful. Yeah, thank you. Like, these are all, I think the more we spend time with our material, we realize at different periods reinvent and reappropriate motifs that have been in circulation and recognize in some way over time, and they kind of reconfigure them for their own situation. So in this case, it's for the Dutch Protestant situation, but this is really interesting about the homoerotic element of the rooster, which is not something that I've thought about in terms of these images, but I think could be somewhat productive. So thank you for these two suggestions. I'm learning my historical overview for this project is expanded by this conference. So it's fantastic. Thanks.
No, you're very welcome. Any Oh, do we have, hold on, we may have a question in the chat.
It's not a question.
Oh, okay,
just
that's a comment from Lora. Okay, perfect. And yeah, the hare is also an equivalent to the rooster in Greek painting. Yes, thank you, Brittany.
I couldn't help but think when Honorata was talking about, birding and being birded, the whole, I have no idea what the origin is, but the phrase the birds and the bees, which, of course has very clear sexual.
Yeah, that's
associations.
why I titled my talk The Birds and the Bees. So like we have that kind of resonance still in our contemporary language. So that we forget about. And I do think there is certainly some link to that. Yeah.
I have a final question, but I don't want to take the time if anybody has anything else.
I actually wanted to ask Zara a question if I could.
Of course, I'm here.
Right. Let's see, but it's been so long now, I lost it. Where did I get it? Okay, so it looked to me like some of the images that you showed were also, or some of them could have been deer. And I know that, a lot of times it's difficult to distinguish the types of animals. So I wonder if you have any information about perhaps any modern role or use of wild deer in the Zagros region.
I have never seen the deer representations in Zagros region, but I know that in Iran, in the southern Caspian Sea region, during the 1200 BC to 800 BC, they have some zoomorphic vessels in the form of deers. And again, we have some other representations of deer representations. So they are so similar to the Scythian animal style on some of the Zivier objects. So especially the belts and the belt fragments, we have them. But in Zagros region, the most praised animal is still the ibexes, the goats, yeah. And these are these animals.
Thank you. Yeah, I know in Luristan that there are bronzes that have deer and that sort of thing, but I didn't really know if there was a modern connection. So I really appreciate knowing that. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Yeah, and Carolyn has a comment. Lesbia spare in Callus, an allegory reference to sex as well. So, Anna, we're gonna make you write another book on this.
Sexy birds throughout the ages.
Yes. And see, I'll credit you with the title. Thank you.
Anastasia said, also in the Middle Ages, both the hare and the rooster could have sexual connotations depending on the context. The hare could also be associated with the devil. So interesting. I just have one last question for Zara. You showed in your presentation this beautiful silver vessel, and it was pre-Elamite, and it was the date 3300.
Proto-Elamite period, yeah.
Proto-Elamite.
Yeah, this proto-Elamite period, according to the inscription that it is about 3000 to 2500 BC.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just I thought it was kind of early.
Contemporary to Jamdatnas period.
Yeah, because we already have writing, and I think when was the invention of writing? Would have been about something like
this
that?
is the linear Elamite style.
Interesting, fascinating. Thank you so much for that.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for including me in your seminar.
No, this is absolutely fantastic. Thank you all so much for this incredible session. We have definitely earned our lunch break, and we will be back in 1 hour. So we'll see you then. Thank you.
Okay, see you. Thank you.
So We are recording. As always, we'll leave questions to the end of the session. So we have 3 speakers. And again, if you have questions that arise while you're listening to the papers, feel free to put them in the chat so they don't disappear into the ether, or you can just add them in at the end of the session. So our final session is, I think, very appropriately titled Animals and Humans, because we've been spending the last 2 days thinking about different contexts in which animals appear in our world. And our first speaker is Amber Porter from the University of Calgary, who will speak on Love is Rewarding, Human Emotion and Companion Dogs in Greco-Roman Funerary Inscriptions. So Amber, I shall hand it over to you.
Great, thank you very much. So first off, I'd like to say thank you to Marina and Carolyn for organizing this virtual conference. We've had such a wide variety of really fascinating talks on animals in all kinds of different contexts. So it's been super enjoyable so far. First off, I'm going to say this paper was inspired by a specific inscription that I saw in the National Archaeological Museum in Istanbul when I was there on a trip in 2009, so quite a while ago now. I was quite moved by the image and the text that I saw. I didn't have a dog of my own at the time, but I've always loved dogs, and I was really quite touched by how the inscription described the mutual love between human and animal. There are occasionally times when the ancient world seems to reach out and touch you, and this was one of those moments for me. So that was the inspiration for this project. So I took multiple photos over the last decade plus. I took multiple photos, and over the last sort of decade or more, I've returned to this relief several times, intending to research and write more about companion dogs in the ancient world, but never quite being able to get it started, either because of PhD dissertation priorities, job hunting, changing circumstances, and just generally life. So this conference was the perfect excuse I needed to dig out my old photos and finally compose something about companion dogs in antiquity. So thank you to this conference, to Marina and Carolyn, for giving me a really good excuse to actually do this. So after all that, my caveat for this is going to be that this is a work in progress and not exactly my area of expertise. However, my research does center around emotion in the ancient world, particularly empathy and compassion. So this is the lens through which I've decided to view the several dog funerary inscriptions I've included in my talk today. So I welcome any and all feedback, and I hope you enjoy it. I also don't know how all of you come up with your research ideas, but mine always seem to come from some sort of interest that I have in the contemporary world, which leads to me wondering about how those things were in antiquity. So my love of companion dogs, particularly small, old, fluffy ones, like my dog Rollo here, has inspired my interest in this particular topic. During remote work and teaching over the past 2 years, Rollo has slept on my desk in her bed. I guess a way to be part of the action, but still sort of rest her 16-year-old bones at the same time. So I will, in case anybody missed her at the beginning of our session, this is Rollo, and she sits next to me. So she'll be the inspiration for the talk today. So it's pretty safe to say that dogs make their presence known in the ancient Greco-Roman world in a variety of contexts. Dogs were hunters of game, guarders of homes and people, pullers of carts, and companions to their owners. We see them in our Greek and Latin texts and in the archaeological record, in art, and in skeletal remains. This talk will focus mainly on funerary inscriptions, where we can witness the closest connection between dog and human, as owners record their relationship with their former pet through emotional and touching epitaphs. I'm going to focus on companion dogs, dogs kept mainly for companionship and affection, rather than working dogs. These categories can bleed together, of course, and I have an example of this in my presentation, but the relationships depicted in these funerary inscriptions are mainly ones characterized by friendship and companionship, dogs who appear to have been kept purely out of fondness and love. Many of the companion dogs in antiquity appear to have been small breeds, particularly the Maltese type, a small and fluffy dog, like we see here, particularly on the funerary inscription with Melisto. Maltese is a bit of a misnomer, since these dogs have been shown not to have been bred in Malta, but maybe commodified through there as a place where these dogs could were bought from, but they seem to have actually been identified as Spitz breed dogs, small fluffy white ones, and those are the ones we tend to see when we see small companion dogs in art and on funerary monuments. Outside of their own funerary monuments, we often see these dogs in art with women and children, usually on their own on gravestones for those individuals, like Mellisto here, or like Anthus on the other side. It seems to have been relatively common for upper class children to have a small companion dog, either a small breed or a puppy, perhaps in imitation of adults with their pets. Pliny the Younger also tells us that children were sometimes buried with their favorite pet. Dogs appear to be praised for their human-like characteristics in their epitaphs. Certain behaviors appear to have been desirable, particularly those that allow dogs to integrate easily into human society and family. They were praised for their beauty, intelligence, affection, cheerfulness, and also sometimes lack of the type of behaviors that actually come quite naturally to dogs, such as barking and food stealing. As any dog owners out there will know, these are behaviors which we generally try to train out of our dogs to varying degrees of success to make their existence with us in society easier and more acceptable. Indeed, the ancient Greeks and Romans seem to have expect dogs more than any other animal or pet to acknowledge human etiquette, as Franco has noted. Skeletal remains confirm a lot of what we know from Greco-Roman material culture. One striking example comes from a cemetery in Carthage called Yasmina. Many years ago, while I was doing my PhD work here at the University of Calgary, and I think Carolyn will remember this as well because we did our PhDs together, and this was a very striking talk that stuck with us for a while. We were lucky to have Michael McKinnon come give a public talk on his work, which included the Yasmina dog. The skeleton of this pup was found buried with a young child, perhaps as a companion in the afterlife as it had been in life. Analysis showed that the dog was elderly, maybe around 15 years old, and had suffered from various ailments in its lifetime, including osteoarthritis, a dislocated femur, and dental disease. Indeed, the jaw was missing most of its teeth, but it was determined that the dog had continued to live for some time after this loss, suggesting that someone took great care to feed it soft food and likely to carry it around due to its mobility issues. As Dr. McKinnon explained the life circumstances of this dog to us, I was fascinated. Now that I have my own 16-year-old toothless dog, I'm even more surprised and delighted at the care this dog must have received, knowing how much work a geriatric pup can be. The Yasmina dog wasn't provided with a funerary monument that we know of, but many similar dogs were. So let's take a look at some examples from the Greek and Roman world of how owners remembered and honored their pet and what emotions find expression in these epitaphs. I'll start with the example that sparked this whole thing for me. On an unassuming pillar in the National Archaeological Museum in Istanbul hangs a small marble funerary plaque tucked around a corner and easily missed, or at least it was in 2009. It may have been moved by now. On the plaque is a relief carving of a fluffy dog lounging comfortably on a bed, and a relatively lengthy inscription in Greek, which tells us that the dog's name was Parthenope, and she was a dearly loved pet. The Istanbul plaque reads, "Her owner has buried the dog Parthenope, whom he played with, in gratitude for the joy she gave him in return. Love is rewarding, like the one for this dog. Having been a friend to the one who raised her, she deserved this grave. Looking at this, find yourself a worthy friend who is both willing to love you while you are still alive and also willing to care for your body when you die." What struck me about this epitaph is how the relationship between owner and pet is depicted as reciprocal. The term antididuous paints a picture of mutual love and joy between the two. The love, storge, is described as rewarding, athlon, or like a prize. The owner received something very valuable out of his relationship with his pet. She was aunus, friendly, affectionate, or well-disposed, and therefore deserved the honor given to her after her death. The epitaph ends with a switch to Parthenope's perspective, and although we don't get a first-person verb or a personal pronoun, we can assume that this is the perspective being taken, evidenced by the funerary monument itself, the fact that the owner went through the expense and the trouble to do this. And actually on the inscription. It's a little hard to see in the image here. The inscription goes on for so long, it actually goes over onto the border of the plaque and is kind of almost just barely fitted into the space provided. He had so much to say, I guess, about his beloved dog. Parthenope's owner had a fair amount to say about their relationship. However, some epitaphs are more brief, like this one from Praeneste for a dog named Iolus. So behold the tomb of Iolus, the cheerful little dog, taken away by a rapid fate, whose loss grieved me beyond measure. This little dog, Catele, is described as cheerful or pleasant, and that term, Catele, could mean a small Maltese type dog or a puppy. It could be either or. I'm thinking this one might be a puppy because of the way it's described. So it's described as cheerful and pleasant, festiva, and her owner is grieved at her loss beyond measure. Dolui imodike mihi. So although brief, there's a distinct pathos in this inscription indicated by the language we see used here. And one of the reasons I think this one might be a puppy and not a Maltese dog is one, the image on the tombstone, and also taken away by a rapid fate. The makes me think maybe the dog may have died young, as opposed to some of the others where we get the full age shown, presented to us. The next example I have here is a bit of a question mark, as it's not actually possible to tell if Helena in the inscription here is the dog, the one depicted in the monument, or actually a young girl. Scholars have argued for both identifications, but I include it because Nigel Slater makes the argument for it being the dog, which seems reasonable, so it's at least a possibility. She's referred to in the inscription as a foster daughter or a foster child, alumna, which doesn't correspond to our modern concept of children in the foster system, as that didn't exist in the ancient world, but it means one taken into one's home and treated as a favorite. We see Caligula referenced this way, described this way. Although I don't know of any other example where this was used in reference to an animal, as Slater says, it seems reasonable to think of a dog this way, and we do have other examples of dogs being personified or semi-personified in epitaphs. From Treviso, we get a tombstone for Fuscus. I think maybe someone's microphone might be on. I'm getting feedback.
Trying to mute it.
Yeah, sorry, just give me a second. I'm not sure what's going on.
It's Silvio. There we go. You are, I think, muted. You're good.
Okay, good to go. Thanks. So from Treviso, we get a tombstone for Fuscus. I've been unsuccessful at tracking down an image of the inscription, but I do have the text, which is mostly intact with a few missing pieces. So it says, in this place lies a little dog after an accomplished life, and sweet honey covers his body. His name was Fuscus, and he was 18 years old. Barely could he move his limbs in his old age. So like Aeolus, Fuscus is described as a little dog, and most likely a Maltese type, given that he was 18 years old when he died, and still described as a little dog. And one with an accomplished life, as we've seen. So the post Redita Fata, I didn't read that entirely as an accomplished life the first time I read this, but I have seen it translate that way. And apparently you can kind of take Redita as accomplished. And then, so I guess the Fata then has to be rather than fate, it would be one's life. So that's an inscription, that's a translation I've found in a few different places for this particular inscription. The honey mentioned was perhaps part of the preservation and burial process, as we know this was a practice from other sources. And we might very well be reminded of the Yasmina dog, as we read that Fuscus was an advanced 18 years old when he died and could barely move his limbs. So perhaps another example of a pet who was carried about and cared for. And for a sickly dog to make it to 18 is pretty impressive, and suggests, along with this loving epitaph, that Fuscus was well cared for in his life. A much longer and detailed epitaph comes to us from Rome for a dog named Margarita, or Pearl, perhaps so named for her white coat, or perhaps in reference to the dog from the Satyricon of the same name. So Gaul gave me my birth, and the pearl oyster from the seas, full of treasure my name, an honor fitting to my beauty. I was trained to run boldly through strange forests and to hunt out furry wild beasts in the hills, never accustomed to be held by heavy chains, nor endure cruel beatings on my snow-white body. I used to lie on the soft lap of my master and mistress, and knew to go to bed when tired on my spread mattress, and I did not speak more than aloud as a dog, given a silent mouth. No one was scared by my barking, but now I have been overcome by death from an ill-fated birth, and earth has covered me beneath this small piece of marble, Margarita. There is no relief sculpture to accompany this inscription, but nonetheless, we get a pretty clear picture of a dog who was well-loved. This is also an example of the bleeding categories I mentioned earlier, as Margarita was a hunting dog who hunted furry and wild beasts in the hills. However, she was also a beloved pet, one who lay on her master's lap, molinamque sinu domini domineque, iactbum, had her own comfortable bed, toros, and who was treated well, not chained up or beaten. This seems like perhaps a rather low bar for good treatment from a modern perspective, but of course many dogs, such as guard dogs, were likely chained up, as we see on those famous mosaics from Ostia, and didn't have access to the home. And unfortunately, severe negative reinforcement training isn't anything new. This really draws our attention to the breadth of treatment that dogs would have received in the ancient world, from neglect and abuse to pampered companion. I suppose some things never change. We also see Margarita praised for her lack of excessive barking, et plusquam liciut muta canis ore loquivar. And it appears that she died giving birth to puppies. At least that's the way the line, a death from an ill-fated birth, has been interpreted. Despite its length, there actually isn't a lot of obvious emotional language in this inscription. However, the amount of detail provided in her name, her looks, her abilities, the physical relationship between her and her owners, and her ill-fated death all culminate to give an impression of a dog who was very loved. Mia, too, is remembered by her owners in a similar way. How sweet and friendly she was. While she was alive, she used to lie in the lap, always sharing sleep in bed. What a shame, Midge, that you have died. You would only bark if some rival took the liberty of lying up against your mistress. What a shame, Midge, that you have died. The depths of the grave now hold you, and you know nothing about it. You cannot go wild nor jump on me, and you do not bare your teeth at me with bites that do not hurt. So Mia here, or Midge, is described as sweet, dulcis, and friendly, benigna, and very much a true lap dog, always sharing sleep in bed. Somni conscia semper et cubilis. Those of us who let our dogs sleep in our bed, which many people don't recommend, but we all often do, might relate very well to that particular line. She was also a non-barker. Like Margarita, only voicing her displeasure and jealousy, apparently. I also think many of us with dogs can relate to the last lines describing an excited Midge who jumps and play bites. Not the most ideal behavior, perhaps, but now dearly missed by her owner after death. From Salerno in the 2nd century CE, we get a very sweet epitaph for a little dog named Patrique, or Patrice. In tears, I have carried you, our little dog, the only consolation being that you were almost 15. So now, Patrice, you will no longer give me 1,000 kisses, nor will I have you lying gratefully in my lap. In sorrow, I have placed you in a marble tomb, which you well deserved, and I have united you forever to my manes. Your ways were so clever that equaled human demeanor. What a sweetheart I have lost, alas. You, sweet Patrice, would join us at the table and fawningly ask for food in our lap. You would lick your greedy tongue, you would lick with your greedy tongue the cup which my hands often held for you, and would welcome your tired master with wagging tail. Another dog who managed to make it to an advanced age, Patrice, is described as a sweetheart, delicia, also a term we see used in funerary monuments for children as well. sweet, dolkis, fawning, consueras, which from what I can see, this is as good a translation as you can possibly get for this word, but something like accustoming your owner like to the behavior. I don't know if anybody can relate to dogs who sort of train you into doing things like feeding them human food. And also described it as welcoming, accipere, lassum, cauda gaudente. So the puppy kisses that the oscula in line 3 appear to be a reference to Catullus 5, da mi basiamile, although not a direct quotation. Like Mia, Patrice was a lapdog, small and cuddly, and as we've seen in other inscriptions, Patrice's burial is deserving, merentem, which was the same Latin term used as on the Helena inscription. He's also described as clever and equal to human demeanor, so somehow was somehow humanized or personified in this description. A real sense of sadness is conveyed with the multiple references to crying, like tears, lacrimis, or sorrow, tristis, and loss. The remembrance of the daily interactions between owner and dog convey a sense of a deep bond. So finally, in my last example, we have Stephanos, who was not only honored with an epitaph, but also his own sarcophagus. Unfortunately, I've been unsuccessful in obtaining a photo of this text or finding the text at all, only the sarcophagus. So I can't present the Greek, which apparently is quite faint on this inscription, on this sarcophagus anyway. But the museum does provide the following translation, so I decided to include it. This grave keeps inside the one that death took suddenly. This is the grave of dog Stephanus that went away and vanished. Rhodope cried for it and buried it like a human. I, the dog Stephanus, Rhodope set up my grave. The text isn't long, but we're told the owner's name, the dog's name, the fact that Stephanos appears to have disappeared and died suddenly. Rhodope cried over the loss of her beloved pet and buried it like a human. I'd really like to know what the Greek says here and how that's expressed as some of the personification of dogs in these funerary inscriptions is sometimes a little hard to get a handle on. So this would be a nice text to have. So I'll continue to look for it. And this one comes for Termessos. So I don't know if anybody's been to, I think, Carolyn, you've been to Termessos. I was there and I there's a lot of sarcophagi and apparently there was one for a dog. So animals have many functions in the ancient world, including that of beloved pets and companions. One of the ways we know this is through the way people honored and remembered their pets after they died. They expressed their love and gratitude for their dog's companionship, admiration for good behaviors, which undoubtedly help these dogs integrate into human social space easily, and deep sadness at the death of their beloved friend. Many present this relationship as reciprocal and rewarding for both parties. Through these funerary epitaphs, we can see the bonds that many Greeks and Romans felt with their companion dogs, a bond that's likely existed since dogs were domesticated, or rather domesticated themselves, as evidence would suggest, in the Neolithic period, right up until today. The symbiotic connection between human and canine is a special one, unlike any other relationship we have with other animals, although I tend to think sometimes that we need them a lot more than they need us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that, Amber. What an amazing collection of very sweet and evocative epitaphs. And I think you're quite right in sort of, saying how these epitaphs and the language, the grief of these dogs' owners sort of reach out to us, and I think are probably something that many of us can relate to our relationship with their pets in this conference today. All right, so let's move on to our next paper. So Sylvain and Gerard from the University of Manchester will tell us what should we do, or speak to us, I suppose, about what should we do with a drunken elephant, exploring the relationship of Hellenistic war elephants and alcohol. I'm excited to learn more about drunk elephants and what one should do if we encounter one or some such thing. So then I shall hand it over to you.
Right, can everyone see the PowerPoint?
Yeah, you bet.
Right, good. Okay, so thank you. It's a great pleasure to be able to speak here today as part of this fascinating, wonderful symposium. So as my title says, today I'm going to talk to you about the relationship of Hellenistic war elephants and alcohol. As one of the most striking and persistent additions to the Hellenistic battlefield, it is unsurprising that war elephants attracted a lot of interest. Fascinated by the unique and imposing physical appearance, our ancient sources offer many accounts of the devastating psychological effect war elephants had on those who were unfamiliar with them, and the destruction and chaos that they caused to their own troops if they panicked. Modern scholarship has similarly been interested in such details. Scollard's 1974 monograph, The Elephant in the Greek and Roman World, still remains one of the most authoritative contributions on the subject. However, there has recently been a rise in scholarly works on Hellenistic war elephants, advancing our understanding of their military use and their symbolic importance, and I've included a few examples here on the PowerPoint. Nevertheless, there remains an unusual detail which has not received much attention in previous scholarship, and that is the question of whether war elephants were given alcohol before battle. Despite the prevalence of war elephants in the armies of the Hellenistic world, there are only 2 occasions where we are told that elephants were given alcohol before their intended use. The first and most important is the Battle of Beth Zechariah in 162 BCE, fought between the Seleucids and the Hasmonean Jews. In the description of the Seleucids' battle preparations, 1 Maccabees 6.34 states that the Seleucids offered the elephants the blood or juice of grapes and mulberries to arouse them for battle. Typically, scholars have assumed that this juice was considered in light of Aelian's comment that an elephant that contends in war drinks wine, although Aelian points out that this was not made from grapes, but prepared from rice or cane. Similar sentiments are also expressed by the Byzantine court poet Philas of Ephesus in Esposito de Elephante. Alternatively, the second incident involving elephants and alcohol is recounted by 3 Maccabees and Josephus and concerns Ptolemy's treatment of the Jews. In particular, we are told that Ptolemy ordered his elephant keeper to intoxicate his 500 elephants with wine and frankincense, so that they would become savage from the plentiful abundance of drink and would trample the captives to death. Although this use of alcohol is something that is unusual enough typically to generate a brief discussion in many of the scholarly works on Hellenistic elephants, it is often quickly dismissed or generalized as a standard practice of elephant warfare, especially since the author of 1 Maccabees claims that Seleucid elephants were given wine specifically to arouse them for battle. This is a striking suggestion, and the image of intoxicated elephants roused to a fighting fury easily fits within the psychological dimensions that were so important to their military use. It's also something which captures the imagination, and there is a long-standing association of elephants and alcohol in popular thought. There are numerous folk tales from Africa and news reports from India of elephants actively seeking out alcohol before going on drunken rampages. Similarly, there is the phrase seeing pink elephants, a euphemistic expression for drunken hallucinations, memorably adapted in the Pink Elephants on Parade segment of Disney's Dumbo. And there are also scientific studies that have analysed this phenomenon. However, despite the appeal of the idea that Hellenistic war elephants were habitually given alcohol before battle to increase their ferocity, there are several key considerations that need to be addressed. First, it is important to note that both the account recorded in 3 Maccabees and Josephus is crucially not a battle, but rather serves as an example of Jewish suffering and piety in the face of Ptolemy's cruelty. Moreover, despite Ptolemy's intentions, his attempts to use intoxicated elephants that trampled the Jews were repeatedly thwarted by divine intervention. So it's clear that this instance can't really tell us much about typical Hellenistic battle practices. Similarly, we should remember that both Aelian and Philas wrote in much later periods, and neither composed historical or scientific works. Attempts to reconstruct the Battle of Beth Zechariah, especially from 1 Maccabees' account, are also complex. Although the author of 1 Maccabees was a contemporary of the events that he narrates and was possibly an eyewitness to this battle, his account is highly partisan, specifically interested in glorifying the struggles of Judas Maccabeus and his followers. Consequently, many of the details of his account are exaggerated or idealized, and there are strong biblical parallels throughout the work. So in particular, the story of David and Goliath forms a prominent undercurrent to the battle narrative. Moreover, Tropper has recently illustrated in his literary analysis how the Battle of 1 Maccabees narrative is structured into two sections: battle preparations 6.32 to 41 and fighting 6.42 to 47 that consciously mirror each other. As he points out, both parts open with Judas's audacious approach and then both close with his men's reaction to the size and might of the Seleucid army. Furthermore, both parts spotlight the Seleucid elephants, with the first focusing on their formidable appearance and the central role in the Seleucid formation, and the second emphasizing Eleazar's heroic attack on the lead animal. So we must therefore treat this account with caution. Fortunately, we do have two other accounts of this battle which are preserved by Josephus. Whilst Josephus's later narrative in his Antiquitatis Judicae parallels that of 1 Maccabees and was clearly based on 1 Maccabees as a source, his earlier version in the Bellum Judaicum is subtly different. What is striking, however, is the fact that neither of Josephus's accounts mention the alcohol 1 Maccabees claims was given to the Seleucid elephants prior to the engagement. The testimony of 1 Maccabees 6.34 is therefore not only problematic, but it is significantly our only recorded instance of alcohol being given to elephants prior to a Hellenistic battle. Indeed, it is striking that none of our other sources for the many Hellenistic battles in which war elephants participated mention this practice. Now, you could say, well, it's possible that the provision of alcohol before battle is simply so standard a feature that our sources didn't really deem it worthy of reporting. However, Polybius' silence in Book 5 of his work during his otherwise highly detailed account of the elephant engagement at Raphia in 217 BCE creates uncertainty, as does the fact that neither Livy nor Appian mention this practice in their extensive overview of the Seleucid battle formations at the Battle of Magnesia in 190 BC. Whilst it is not impossible that the decision to give elephants wine at Beth Zechariah represents a genuine one-off experiment on the part of the Seleucids, the deliberate manipulation of the events in 1 Maccabees' account suggests that the author included this detail solely to highlight the monstrous ferocity of the Seleucid elephants, thereby heightening the glory and symbolism of Eleazar's self-sacrifice. With these factors in mind, the claim that the use of alcohol was a standard part of elephant warfare in the Hellenistic period is doubtful. Another aspect that we must consider is the practicalities of Hellenistic battles, especially regarding the idea that the alcohol was intended to rouse the elephants into some sort of fighting frenzy. Although emphasizing the terrifying appearance of war elephants was an important part of their battlefield use, it's important to remember that elephants were also susceptible to panic and uncontrollability, which could have disastrous effects on the battlefield as they trampled friend and foe indiscriminately. And as Appian notes, this was always the case when elephants are thrown into confusion and view everyone as hostile. On account of their fickleness, some call them the common enemy. And there were at least occasions throughout the Hellenistic period alone where elephants disrupted their own men. Indeed, Livy tells us that Hasdrubal took this threat so seriously that he instructed his mahouts to kill their elephants if they became uncontrollable. It therefore seems highly unlikely that an army would deliberately wish to create such dangerous fighting conditions for their own side. Despite the psychological gains that a contingent of drunk and aggressive elephants would offer, calm and tractable animals would be far more effective on the battlefield, just as composed and well-disciplined troops typically held the advantage over unruly or frenzied units. Indeed, with the persistent threat of uncontrollability in mind, we might ask whether the use of alcohol before battle was intended not to provoke the elephants, but rather to calm them down. And this idea finds support in Pliny's comment that captured elephants very quickly tamed by the juice of barley. Nevertheless, even here we must remember that just as humans display a wide range of different reactions to alcohol, so too would individual elephants vary in their response, with some being pacified and soothed and others becoming violent. An alternative suggestion is that rather than being used solely before battle, alcohol was actually a standard feature of a war elephant's diet. Aristotle claims that on average an elephant consumes 6 or 7 medimnoi of feed, 5 medimnoi of barley, and 5 mares of wine. Although Aristotle's numbers here are far too large, there is an interesting parallel with Cortilia's Arthashastra, a roughly contemporary text on statecraft from ancient India. Believed to refer to the time of the Mauryan Empire, so 321 to 185 BCE, Cortilia's work goes into extensive detail regarding the optimal management, training, and use of elephants in war. In particular, he notes that as part of the daily ration for an elephant of 7 arachnes, or about 3 meters in height, the keepers should provide 1 alharka of liquor, or twice the quantity of milk. and Troutman has recently interpreted this ration as functioning as a type of invigorating drink intended to restore an animal's energy, noting that Cortilia also prescribes for bullocks and horses, and Bloomfield also noted this practice regarding horses in the Valadoka Jataka. Nilakanthas Matangalila, a Sanskrit treatise on elephant science, also mentions the use of alcohol to supplement an elephant's diet during winter. And this idea of alcohol acting as a restorative similarly finds a parallel in both Arrian's Indica and Elian's Denatoria Animalia, which claim that wine was used to cure sick elephants. It is therefore possible that there was a genuine connection between these animals and the provision of alcohol, although it seems highly unlikely, at least to me, that Hellenistic war elephants were intoxicated before battle in order to increase their aggressiveness. Indeed, we might ask whether the author of 1 Maccabees simply misunderstood the procedure of giving elephants a ration of wine as an actual battle preparation, or alternatively consciously exaggerated this practice for literary effect. Nevertheless, we must remain aware of logistical considerations. With these issues in mind, alongside the significance of comparison with Cortilia's Arthashastra and Nilakanthas Matangalila to help illuminate some of the complexities of the Greek and Latin sources, it's worth considering ancient Indian evidence further to see if there are any other parallels that can shed new light on this interesting topic. Originating initially in ancient India and featuring extensively in warfare for centuries, war elephants formed an integral part of Indian military thought. By the 4th century BCE, elephants had become the most important part of the Kataranga Bala, a theoretical framework that stated the importance of maintaining 4 distinct arms, elephants, chariots, cavalry, and infantry, within the army. Unfortunately, although there are some religious texts and several epic poems that describe elephant warfare, along with the accounts given in Cortilia's Arthashastra, there are significantly no surviving Indian histories for this period. Consequently, beyond Alexander's engagement with Porus at the Hydaspes, we know very little about actual Indian battles. Nevertheless, despite these uncertainties, it is possible to get a general understanding of some features of ancient Indian war elephants, even if we must remain aware that we're often dealing with literary ideals rather than actual historical examples. With regard to the suggestion that elephants were typically given alcohol before battle, there is significantly only one recorded example of this in ancient Indian warfare. According to Xuanzang, a 7th century CE Chinese Buddhist monk who travelled to India, the people of the kingdom of Maharashtra would inebriate many hundred heads of elephants and, taking them out to fight, trample everything down so that no enemy can stand before them. It is worth noting, however, that this evidence is much later than our period. In addition, Xuanzang also notes that not only do the fighters of Maharashtra themselves drink this wine, but this country provides for a band of champions to the number of several hundred. Each time they are about to engage in conflict, they intoxicate themselves with wine, and then one man with lance in hand will meet 10,000 and challenge them to fight. The idea of one mighty hero single-handedly defeating a large number of enemies, along with the generic nature of the number 10,000, gives this account a fictitious quality. Consequently, although it's not impossible that the people of Maharashtra did give their alcohol to their elephants before battle, it's clear that this account is exaggerated and we must treat it with caution. Alternatively, there is no mention of alcohol being given to elephants before battle in either Cortilia's Arthashastra or Nilakanthas Matangalila. And this is striking given the extensive information that these works otherwise provide on elephant management and their uses on campaign. Similarly, although we might have expected the epic context to favour such a detail in order to heighten the glory of the Indian heroes and the grandeur of their battles, we see a similar silence in both the Mahabharata and Ramayana. Whilst there are many examples in these poems of war elephants being described as mata, a word that can be translated as drunk, it is evident from the context in which this word repeatedly appears that this description actually refers to a condition affecting male elephants known as must. Derived from the Urdu mast and its Persian etymon, meaning drunk or raving mad, and in turn related to the Sanskrit words mata and mada, typically meaning intoxicated, excited, furious, or sometimes excited by sexual desire, must is a state which adult male elephants typically enter once a year that has been likened to the rutting season in other animals. Nevertheless, it does not occur simultaneously in all male elephants, and it affects male elephants at different times and does not affect them all equally, so some are more prone to this condition than others. Must is typically characterized by a sticky, pungent fluid secreted from an elephant's temporal glands, as we can see on the picture, and often results in heightened aggression. The etymological connection between this condition and concepts of drunkenness is significant, particularly in light of the repeated description of elephants, especially those being used in war as being in Mahabharata and Ramayana. Indeed, throughout the epics, we're presented with the idea that the best war elephants are always in this condition, especially on the battlefield. And I've included 2 examples of this on the PowerPoint, but there are a lot more in the poems. Additionally, it is common for the epic warriors themselves to be compared to elephants in must in order to heighten their martial qualities. So prevalent is this idea in both the Mahabharata and Ramayana that it's clear that it was something of a trope in poetry to describe war elephants as being in must, regardless of practicality. Despite the claims of the epics, it is unrealistic that every war elephant would have been in this condition for every battle. First, it's far from certain that all war elephants were male. Although the epics and many artistic representations overwhelmingly depict bull elephants, we do hear of a female elephant in Antigonus Gonatas' army at Megara, and also a mother and her calf in Pyrrhus' army at Beneventum. And we can see this on the images on the PowerPoint, which show 2 terracotta models found at a sanctuary at Apollo in Veii, as well as a central plate from Capena. It's particularly interesting to note here the long tusks typical of male elephants on the plate from Capena, even though it's clear from the inclusion of the calf that the adult elephant depicted here is female. A second factor is that must affects elephants at different times, typically only once a year, and whilst the length of this period can vary, it would not last indefinitely. According to Abul Fazl's much later Aini Akbari, a 16th century Persian text which details the administration of the Mughal Empire under Akbar, it was possible for some elephant keepers to drug their elephants to induce must artificially. However, this often endangered the elephant, meaning that it is unlikely that this technique was frequently used. Moreover, the danger of mounting an adult war elephant in must cannot be overstated. Indeed, rather than wishing to artificially induce must, it is notable that modern practice is actually concerned with limiting the state, as it poses a danger to both handlers and other elephants in the herd. And this idea is also evident in Kautilya's Arthashastra, which, far from viewing this as an ideal state for war elephants to achieve, discusses it as part of the problems caused by overly aggressive elephants. And a similar sentiment is also seen in the Matanga Lila. With these concerns in mind, alongside the fact that, as noted, many Hellenistic battles were either lost or compromised because the elephant became uncontrollable, it consequently is unlikely that this was a desirable feature of elephant warfare in reality. Nevertheless, in light of the close etymological link between the concepts of must and words for drunk, we may wish to ask whether the frequent depiction of elephants in this state on the battlefield may have in turn encouraged the idea that prior to battle, war elephants were roused into an aggressive fury through alcohol, irrespective of reality. Therefore, to conclude, by comparing the Hellenistic evidence with roughly contemporary material from ancient India, it is clear that the idea that war elephants were given alcohol before battle is both unusual and complex. As we have seen, the suggestion arises primarily from a brief remark in one Maccabees' account of the Battle of Beth Zechariah, and is supported by the later comments of Philes and to some extent Elian. While Xuanzang also claims a similar practice for the people of Maharashtra, we've seen that not only is this anecdote much later than our period, but it also contains several exaggerated statements that bring the authenticity of its claims into doubt. The fact that Beth Zechariah is consequently our only battle, both in the Hellenistic period and in ancient Indian warfare, for which we are explicitly told that war elephants were given alcohol prior to the fighting, is particularly striking. And as we've seen, there are several reasons for doubting the testimony of the source. The practicalities of Hellenistic military engagements likewise cast further doubt on the suggestion that elephants were educated before battle, and the dangers of unmanageable elephants cannot be overstated. And these concerns also surround the Indian epic topos that the best war elephants were always in a state of must. It is therefore clear that despite the claims of various modern scholars, the use of alcohol before battle was by no means a standard feature of ancient elephant warfare. It is, however, plausible that the prevalence of the idea that war elephants were constantly in must in the Indian epics, alongside the etymological link between this condition and Sanskrit texts, may have prompted the idea of deploying intoxicated elephants on the battlefield, or may have at least helped to perpetuate this notion. Although it remains a remote possibility that Hellenistic armies may have occasionally experimented with the idea of giving elephants alcohol, I argue that the practicalities of ancient warfare mean that regardless of the claims of Maccabees and Philes, this was almost certainly never done with the intention of rousing the elephants into a frenzy. Thank you.
Thank you very much for yet another wonderful paper. I couldn't help but think of just the sheer quantity of alcohol you would have had to bring with you to get war elephants. I mean, presumably you would need significant quantities of it. So, you know, from a logistics point of view, it certainly seems a bit odd, but thank you for your paper. And I think everyone enjoys your images a lot as well. There's some comments on the wonderful images. All right, so it is time for our final paper of the symposium. Alison Clark, who is an independent researcher, will talk about Along the Whale Road, Wales, Early Medieval People, and Maritime Environmental Perceptions. So Alison, the virtual floor is all yours.
Excellent, thank you. So has it shared my screen, or do I need to click something to make that happen?
You should see on the bottom in the toolbar, there should be a green share screen button with a little arrow pointing up. There you go.
Thanks.
Every version of this software is different, so.
Right, okay, I think that's us. You're good to go. Right from your point of view? Excellent. Okay, well, hi everybody. I just want to say before I start, thank you so much for having me here. This is my very first conference, so thank you for having me. And yeah, I'm just gonna kick off really. So the findings I'm presenting today stem from a wider master's level project looking at early medieval perceptions of the sea in the North Atlantic world from about 700 to 1100, which I'll be calling the early medieval period. I found through my study that the relationship of people who lived in the areas on this map, modern day Britain and Ireland and the broadly Scandinavian world, changed considerably, which is what I'd expected. I'd expected the intercultural melding going on in these locations, driven by the Viking Age, would have drastically changed perceptions of the sea and the ways in which people interacted with it. But of course, the ways in which this bore out were not what I'd expected at all. My wider study established that the Northeast Atlantic across the early medieval period became an increasingly regulated, commercialized, and easier to access space than it had been before. It was this study that led me to consider whales and their place within the early medieval mind and life. As all the regions I was looking at were coastal, I thought that engagement with whales would likely have been common. In this, I was most certainly incorrect, and to my delight, found that the interactions with whales was a much more complicated story than I could have imagined. I'm going to share some of my findings and thoughts on this with you today. Perhaps not surprisingly, as the home of the Vikings, early medieval Scandinavian communities had the most knowledge of whales compared to their neighbours, as shown through their mythology, laws, and popular consciousness. It doesn't seem that their perceptions of whales changed that markedly throughout the time period. However, the knowledge of whales that they brought with them on their journeys did very clearly change the perceptions of whales across the wider North Atlantic world, and that's mainly what I'm going to talk about today. My talk comprises 3 sections. First, showing you how the early medieval Scandinavians considered whales throughout the period. Then I will consider how their influence can clearly be seen to change the perceptions of whales in early medieval Ireland and Scotland. Finally, we will look at the most complicated change in perceptions of whales, and by extension the sea, taking place in early medieval England. So, the early medieval Scandinavians. They viewed whales as feared but a very useful commodity. They exploited whales economically, displayed an unparalleled level of knowledge about them, but also perpetuated the common myths of whales being monstrous. The sustained engagement with whales is evidenced by grave goods dated from around 650 to 950 AD, which show that common tools for whale hunting, such as iron spear points and arrowheads, were becoming more and more common in Norwegian graves. The earliest surviving description of the Northern Seas fauna is from the King's Mirror, a unique 13th century Scandinavian text, written by an early medieval Scandinavian and not about them, as most sources are. The King's Mirror is an invaluable window into the workings of the early medieval mind and perception of the marine environment. While composed slightly later than the period under study, its creation most likely includes knowledge learned over generations. 26 different species of marine creatures have been identified in this text, some of which are listed here, with the author displaying a great deal of knowledge of the habits of whales in the northern waters. One nice example of their detailed knowledge is a description of which varieties of whales are good to eat in the waters around Iceland. I know of no other varieties of whales that are unfit for human food, only these 5 I have now enumerated: the beaked whale and the hog whale, the horse whale, the red comb, and the narwhal. From this source, we can see that there was a sophisticated and in-depth understanding of whales which can only be the product of sustained observation. Another example of the deliberate utilization of whales is from an 11th century law which protected fin whales, or fish driver whale, from being hunted. These particular whales were protected for their proclivity for driving fish towards the shore during their own hunts, which allowed fishermen an easy catch. If a man shoots a whale in a herring shoal and thus drives away the gift of God, he shall owe a fine of 40 marks. This law and the detailed accounts in the King's Mirror indicate that medieval Scandinavians had clear distinctions between different species of whales and an understanding of their various behaviours. Despite their clear practical knowledge of whales, the early medieval Scandinavians used them as a metaphor for evil within their legendary sagas. Esser Miles reminds us that it's vital to remember when studying medieval perceptions of animals that while modern minds ascribe an animal to a single conceptual category, this is not the way animals were seen during the medieval period. Any animal could potentially function in several conceptual categories at the same time. An animal could be good to eat and symbolically significant in tandem. Szabo has found that at least 16 of the 40 Icelandic family sagas written during the early 13th century contain major episodes relating to whales. There was frequent and close contact throughout the North diaspora, and it would be reasonable to expect a shared and common perception of the natural world. In the legendary sagas, written later in the 13th century, whales are one of the animals which shapeshifters turn into and are also used as steeds by troll women riding into battle. These surviving stories about Scandinavian perceptions of whales are in a similar vein to those of contemporaneous European society of the monstrous whale, as we shall later see. The gathering and passing on of whale information is clearly considered worth the time of people living throughout the North diaspora, both in myth and in laws. This shows that the information was valuable and relevant to everyday life. Mythological stories featuring whales suggest they have a prominent role within the common psyche. Crucially, whales are frequently associated with bad things. This suggests that despite the clear everyday knowledge and familiarity with whales, they still symbolically could stand for fantastical evil in the early medieval Scandinavian mind. Now we understand how whales were broadly seen in the early medieval Scandinavia, we can see how this view proliferated within communities across their diaspora. The change in perception of whales can be seen very clearly in the case of the early insular region of Scotland and Ireland. Early insular Irish and Scottish people first start recording interactions with whales in the 7th century text Life of St. Columba, written before the author's death in 704. St. Columba himself warns people who intended to sail from the Hebridean Isle of Tiree to Iona to be vigilant of a whale. A certain traveller, Berach, did not heed St. Columba's warning and has a terrifying encounter with the whale on his journey. Then the rowers, hauling in their sail, pulled back in utmost terror and had a very narrow escape from the agitation of the waves caused by the motion of the monster. The whale is described in monstrous terms because encountering an animal of such a size in the most likely small boat poses a great deal of danger for the sailors. From this text, the impression of whales is that of an animal to avoid in an unfortunate hazard of sailing. Once the Scandinavians have arrived and began to settle in insular Scotland and Ireland, the relationship with whales and other cetaceans began to shift. They also became valuable prey. An entry in the Annals of Ulster, dated to 8 AD, reports a great slaughter of porpoises on the coast by the foreigners, namely the Norse. This illustrates Scandinavian traditions being transplanted to the insular world. Archaeological evidence compellingly demonstrates a change for how whales were used on the island of Sandy, Orkney. Sandy was originally occupied by Picts and then by Norse settlers. Pictish inhabitants crafted tools from whale bones from the 4th to 10th centuries, using only bone from immature whales. The latter part of their occupation saw a decline in agricultural produce and an increase in the number of whale bones, as well as those of other species like seals. The crossover period between Pictish and Norse occupation, late 8th to 9th centuries, yields the highest number of whalebone finds. Then, from the 9th century onwards, the solely Norse period, we find the finest worked items made of whalebone, such as the scar dragon plaque pictured here. In the later Norse period, the agricultural outputs were reinvigorated, and there are no seal or immature whale bones found. This change in the types of cetaceans being caught and the implied circumstantial change from needing to catch anything available to survive to hunting mature specimens and then finally working their bones shows that across the period, the value placed on whales changed significantly. The 11th century Andalusian writer Al-Haduri describes the technique for the coastal hunting of whale calves in Ireland. Sailors attracted the calves through hooting and playful behavior before attacking the juvenile. Although it is a harrowing account, it serves to illustrate how these communities, well after the arrival of Viking settlers in the region, were no longer simply afraid of whales. They were seeking them out as valuable commodities. While the danger of boats being destroyed is still present, the reward of catching a whale calf delicacy is considered worth the risk. The unspoken implication of Al-Haduri's account is also important. Expertise and experience in attracting calves, as well as an awareness of whales' calving season. These examples show a marked change in the ways in which people living in early insular Ireland and Scotland began to utilize whales following intercultural exchange with the early medieval Scandinavians. Finally, we come to early medieval England, which presents a more confusing picture of perceptions around whales. The textual evidence across the period suggests a significant lack of knowledge about whales and other marine creatures, while the archaeological evidence presents a different conclusion. The Old English work Ottar's Journey from AD 890, which records the story of a Norwegian traveller who recounted the details of his travels at the court of King Alfred of Wessex, which was 871 to 899. The translator taking down Ottar's story has very few words at their disposal to describe the various marine animals Ottar speaks of, having to use the same word to describe both walruses and whales. Schabel notes that there are only 2 words in Old English for whales, whale and hron, while Old Norse has at least 26 terms for whale. Admittedly, some of the Old Norse terms were poetic synonyms for whales, but most of them were clearly names for different species. The lack of Old English vocabulary for northern sea marine mammals shows that there were seemingly few interactions with cetaceans and therefore less of a need for such specific terminology. Moche has noted that Ottar's report accompanies the anonymous Old English translation of the 5th century text History Against the Pagans. This implies that for the early medieval English, living in the southwest during the 9th century, descriptions of whales and hunting were as extraordinary as the accompanying world history. As I mentioned before, the inclusion of whales in a medieval text could be more of a multi-layered literary device than an observation of the natural world. Schabel considers Ullrich's colloquy to highlight, more than any other, the early English perception of whales and whale use. The fisherman in the colloquy says he does not try to catch whales because catching a whale is dangerous business. He prefers to catch a fish that he can kill than a fish that by one blow can drown or put to death both myself and my companions. Taken at face value, this suggests that the author considers trying to hunt whales to be far too dangerous a risk to undertake. However, it has been suggested that the mention of a whale in the colloquy was to distract attention from a burgeoning economy which did not align with the values of a Benedictine monastery. Ullrich was a Benedictine abbot and a strong advocate of reform within the English Church, wishing to replace secular clerics with those who followed the celibate rule of St. Benedict. The fisherman in the colloquy was not inclined to leave the confines and harmony of the Benedictine way of life and aimed to make the life of joining a band of shipmen and roaming far from the monastery sound quite unappealing. This reading has the whale representing a negative choice, straying from the reformed Benedictine path. Another later text, the Whale Riddle from the Exeter book from the 10th century, echoes this perception of whales. In this most famous of early medieval depictions of a whale, the poem details a mix of allegorical warning of the whale representing evil and the devil, which deceives those who would be enticed by worldly pleasure. Here, in the form of a false island, which is really a whale's back, the reader too could be swallowed up by the devil. Both sources use whales in a literary sense to represent a dangerous other life as distinct from a holy one. Textual evidence on the whole suggests that there was not a great deal of written knowledge in the early English mind regarding whales or much interest in hunting them. Archaeological evidence paints quite a different picture though. Whalebone in general was clearly used for a variety of mundane objects such as chopping blocks, shovels, and oar blades. Upscale objects like knife handles, pictured here, gaming pieces, and combs were also manufactured using whalebone. Fragments of large cetaceans have been found at Hamwick, Southampton, potentially derived from locally caught or stranded North Atlantic right whale. Whalebones were found again at Flixborough in Lincolnshire, and a whale butchering site dated to the 10th century has been covered in Dengie, Kent. Riddler suggests that there was increased use and exploitation from the mid to late 9th century to the 10th to the 11th centuries. Evidently, whales were an enduring and indeed expanding part of early English economic life, in contrast to the impression from written sources. This confusing and inconsistent view of the whale in early medieval England is best epitomized by one of the most famous high-status objects from the 8th century, the Frank's casket pictured here. It was intended as a container for a relic, a book, or a treasure of an early English nobleman. Likely made from a sperm whale mandible, which would have had to have been cured for several years, the casket is clearly a prestige object. The casket itself seemingly refers to the power of the whale and the riddle that surrounds the imagery in its front panel. It also suggests that the piece of bone used came from a beached whale. The fish beat up the sea onto the mountainous cliff. The king of terror became sad when he swam onto the shingle, whale's bone. The use of material from huge and frightening animals was closely associated in the medieval mind with objects of prestige. For example, drinking vessels from auroch horns have been found in early English princely graves, including at Sutton Hoo, Taplow, and Prittlewell. Within this context, it is easy to see how whale bones could have been considered an appropriate material to contain the power of earthly wealth in the form of a treasure box, or also be deemed a magnificent enough material to serve the church to contain a reliquary. In this way, the multiple meanings of conceptual categories can be seen in the Frank's casket, but also shows a greater awareness of the whales in general than textual evidence would have us believe. For early medieval England, it seems there are several perceptions of whales happening concurrently. With scavenging going on at coastal sites for whale bones used in both high and low status objects. Conceptually, it seems higher status individuals in the church are using whales strictly as an allegorical tool, but on the ground, as archaeological evidence shows, coastal communities were engaging with whales and their remains. In conclusion, I hope you will agree that the evidence surrounding early medieval whales is compelling. Considering the human nature relationships and experiences allows us a fantastic avenue from which to explore past environmental perceptions and countless other social and cultural phenomena that were taking place at the time. The early English relationship and perceptions of whales is not a straightforward issue. They seem to be considered items of wonder in relation to Otarle Norwegian's report and a creature to be avoided in Aelfric's colloquy. The archaeological evidence of whale butchering sites show that no matter what the intelligentsia were writing down, there were people in early medieval England who partook in exploiting whales. This highlights the point that different areas of society will have had a variety of relationships and perceptions of the sea which cannot be applied to the whole country. For the early medieval Scandinavians, it does not seem as if the perception of whales changed over the period in question, although clearly their enhanced knowledge of the animals played a part in the perception of whales across their diaspora. In Ireland and Scotland, it is clear to see the effect the Norse settlement had on the perception of whales, with the practice of deliberate whaling becoming ubiquitous. I hope that you've enjoyed this whistle-stop tour of early medieval whale evidence, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Alison. Another fantastic paper. I think one of the things I loved most over the last 2 days is the sheer range of animals that that have been explored. It really, I think, shows the depth of ideas within the field of animal studies and human-animal relationship. Okay, so that is the last paper for this session and for our conference. So now I would love to open the floor up to questions for any of our three speakers. As always, you can type them in the chat or turn your mic on or stick a virtual hand up. And Thiago, thank you so much for participating in the conference as well. Yesterday, we really enjoyed your paper, and take care of yourself. Right, so yes, questions. Dogs, elephants, whales.
Yeah, about elephants, I have a question. Comment. It certainly doesn't help that Dionysus is seen together with the elephant on Seleucid coins. And I'm wondering what your take is on all the Dionysiac references on Seleucid coins with the elephant. I know, I mean, Dionysus is, of course, patron god of the Seleucids, and but Dionysus also has connotations of the drink and so forth. So I'm just wondering what your take is on those coins of with Dionysus and elephant heads on Seleucid coins.
Thank you. That's a really, really interesting question. And that's now something I need to go and look up because I wasn't aware of that Dionysiac representation.
I think you mentioned, sorry to interrupt, your bibliography mentioned the article by Josef and Lorber.
It's been a while since I've read it, so.
Oh yes, I think if you go back to that, there might be something in it.
I mean,
sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to point that out to you because it was in your sources.
You see a lot of Dionysus and elephants because Dionysus went to India, so I think that's a lot of the connection. And of course, elephants are all over Seleucid coins.
Yeah, exactly.
But I need to think more about the connection with the alcohol because that's a really interesting idea. I don't know if that's what the Seleucids are trying to aim at.
It doesn't help. It doesn't. Or it may give the wrong impression.
Just continually adding to this idea that we get the elephants drunk, whether they do or they don't.
I mean, it just sounds like such a monumentally bad idea.
That's my response as well. It's like, this seems like a terrible idea. Why are we doing this? And in answer to your comment about just the logistics of it, I think there's a modern scientific study that said that most adult elephants would need about 10 liters of alcohol with a 7% ethanol content. So that's a lot of alcohol that you have to lug around only for the elephants. So your men don't get to drink it. It's like, I just can't see an army doing that.
And presumably they build up a tolerance for it. And so they need more,
And you can't just go and replace that on campaign in the same way that you might be able to get food or water. It's like, well, we've run out of wine, so now what?
Yeah. Now you can't take our elephants to war. We don't have any liquid courage for them.
I have to ask, do elephants get hangovers then? Is that in any of the texts?
I don't know. I'd have to have another look through some of the modern things. There's some folklore things about elephants getting drunk off fermented fruit in Africa and then falling down like drunk. If they're not like going on a rampage, they just fall over drunk. But I'm not sure whether they get hangovers. That's really interesting.
Oh, you must dread the questions that you get after asking this one, but no, it was really interesting. Thank you.
I have a question for Alison. Are there any whales on Anglo-Saxon or early medieval coins? Or any, even like a small symbol on a coin, or even if it's schematic, is there?
I mean, you would think that there would be, but I don't think there are. You definitely get ships.
Yeah.
But I've not come across any whale imagery, unfortunately, or otherwise that would have been absolutely perfect for this.
Yeah. No, I was just wondering if there was. I'll let you know if I find any, but I was just wondering if there might be, or even a very schematic, symbol in the field of the coin. So just.
I don't think so. I had wondered before I came to this, though, that I was gonna be like, oh no, everybody's like a coin expert here. Am I gonna speak? And then everyone's gonna be like, why haven't you mentioned all of these? I'll be like, oh, I didn't know. So I don't think so. But
Amber,
happy to be proven wrong, certainly.
Yeah, Amber had a question.
Amber, I think you had your hand up. Question, comment about moose?
I was putting it in the chat just because when you were giving your paper, it was very much reminding me of the stories of the drunken moose in Sweden and Alaska. They always come up every year, similar to the ones that you mentioned about the elephants in Africa. I was also thinking that there's some ancient Roman texts, I think, that seem to attribute elephants with a lot of human-like characteristics, particularly around mourning and behaviors like social behaviors. I know like Cassius Dio, I think, talks about mourning elephants as well. So I thought it was kind of interesting that, somehow getting drunk also seems to be kind of a very human thing, right? Because like animals don't make their, other than the fermented fruits, I guess they can just find it seems like either them falling over or them becoming like angry in the way that some people are angry drunk seems like a very almost personified thing. So I don't really have a question there. It was just your paper very much reminded me of all the other things I had read about elephants. So.
Yeah, and I think Pliny also has a bit about elephants being really, really intelligent and things. So we do see lots of connections with like humans as well. So again, that's very interesting. I didn't know about the story about the drunken moose, so that's another thing I now need to go and look up of other animals getting drunk. There's loads of examples in the Indian text of different animals getting drunk and then usually coming to a bad end because they're drunk. So again, there's a lot of these sort of ideas in popular thoughts. It's quite an interesting thing to explore.
Yeah, the one in Alaska, I think, was called Buzzwinkle, and he wandered around. Maybe it was Juneau, I'm not sure, with Christmas lights attached to him because he had wandered through some Christmas decorations. So he's kind of famous. You can look him up really easily.
only in Alaska. It's an Alaska thing. Heather had a question coming back to our, probably we're really into our drunk elephants, that possibly they had access to a higher concentration of alcohol. So were they drinking wine or were they, giving them hard alcohol or something like that?
Yeah, and that's the question of what exactly are they drinking. So like in the Maccabees, we've got this idea that it's grapes or mulberries, and there's some arguments in the source of, are they giving it to them or are they just showing it to them? Most people think they're giving it to them because why you showing it would make any difference, we're not sure. But then Elian says, oh, it's prepared from like rice or cane. So it's like, well, is it more than a spirit rather than a wine, which might be a bit stronger? But yeah, I really don't know as to what the concentration is.
I think clearly one of the things coming out of this conference is that we need to do an edited volume on drunk animals in history, animals and alcohol. Barbara had a sort of comment, loved all the talks, so thank you. Second, compliment Alison's conclusion. Barbara researches cat-human relationships in the European past. Well, that's an interesting one. And I've come to the same conclusion with the text, mostly religious or written by clerics, said about cats and their devilish nature differed drastically from the everyday practicalities of life and beliefs of the common people. So again, that sort of juxtaposition of reality for everyone versus, I guess, what religious or official texts are saying. Sylvia.
Thanks. Yeah, still on the dog epitaphs. I was wondering about the epitaph for Muya, or I think Midge is the way you translated it. Since that one was in in hendecasyllabics, if I'm remembering correctly, could that be a sign of a genre difference, or like that it's less serious than the epitaphs that are in elegiac, or are there like a reference to, I don't know, Catullus' sparrow or something? Or are there human epitaphs in hendecasyllabics as well, or some other sign that it's a normal epitaph form?
Yeah, that's a really good question, Silvio. I'm not entirely sure because epitaphs are not really my area. I was coming at this mostly from a sort of looking for emotional language and just trying to reconstruct this kind of sort of relationship where how humans were expressing emotion around their pets. That is true. There is something about that one for Midge who that seems a little bit different from the others in the style and the repetition of the what a shame you have died kind of thing, which is sort of repeated twice throughout it. So I think that's a really good question. I don't think I have a great answer for you, but it would be interesting to know sort of statistically, like, do we have ones like this for human beings that would just suggest that this is just another style and perfectly fine, or is there something strange about this particular one? It reads a little bit more strangely than the others, but I don't know for sure, but it would definitely be something worth looking into. And thank you for the Stephanos text in the chat. That was really great. I couldn't find it.
No problem. Thanks.
Thanks.
Any other questions or comments?
I have a question for Alison.
Go ahead.
So I thought it was really interesting that the religious writers were talking about whales in the way that they were, the English writers anyway, that they were seeing the whale as kind of like an evil thing. And I was wondering if there was any biblical influence there with the story of Jonah and the whale, which I know can be interpreted as an allegory for the crucifixion of Christ. So I was kind of wondering if maybe there's some biblical influence going on there that would presuppose that whales are bad animals or evil animals.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think like Jonah and the whale as a story is like a really good example of that happening. But quite interestingly, that you also get that happening with well, I thought it was interesting anyway, that's happening kind of on the Scandinavian side as well, because if you've got like for the early medieval English people, then they're very influenced by Christianity, and you have all of those kind of common stories already moving through, like kind of like sweeping right across the continent. So it seemed quite more strange to me really that you were also kind of getting the same coming like south from the Scandinavians who hadn't become Christian as early. So yes, I feel like I've gotten confused about what your question was.
No,
yes.
I totally got it. Yeah, no, that's great. Thank you.
I had a question for Amber about the dog epitaph. So, you know, I mean, there was the one epitaph for the dog that you suggested was a puppy because it died, you know, so quickly of a sort of an ill fate. Yeah. But when it comes to actually, you know, giving the age of the dogs, the deceased dogs, is it really only when when they live to quite an old age that we seem to get that commemorated?
It seems to, the ones that I've seen at least. And I was thinking about this earlier. I didn't write anything in my paper about it or include it today, but I was thinking about like maybe that's one of the reasons that these dogs get these epitaphs is they spend so much time, because I'm kind of assuming, as opposed to like my dog who I've only had for 3 years because I adopted her as a senior, I'm assuming that I'm making an assumption here that most of these dogs were probably with their owners for the 15 to 18 years that is recorded in their epitaphs. And I'm wondering if maybe that is one of the reasons why they get them, because one, they lived to this amazing long age, they were with them and had a longer period to develop a bond, and so therefore it's something special to record the age. But of course we do have a few examples where there is no age given, and it suggests, like the puppy one, that it could have been a quick death, or like they didn't live for a very long period. It's a little hard to tell, because in human epitaphs that we do see, ages are given regardless, and there's a particular pathos to the ones for children where they're like, you know, so and so died at like 1 year, 12 months and 5 days, and you're like, oh my lord, that's like so sad. So, but they don't do the same thing for dogs. The ones that I've seen where an age is given, they've always been like, you know, a miraculous thing that this dog seemed to live this long. So yeah, there seems to be a kind of a trend there, I think.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that too, how, yeah, with the human epitaphs, there's this specificity with, you know, children's graves, and then we're seeing that sort of the reverse of that with elderly dogs, which, I don't know, I feel like there's something interesting to explore there about human relationships with emotion and death.
Yeah, I think so too. And a lot of the language used to describe these dogs, especially when they're described as sweet or deserving or something like that, is exactly the same language they're using for children in epitaphs. So yeah, there's definitely some connections, but then some odd differences, like the ages.
Well, and I think it also speaks to, you know, as you said from your own experience with Rollo, and that, you know, I think there's a tendency to view the relationship with animals in the past as being very utilitarian. But what you're showing with these epitaphs is that that's certainly not the case. You know, there is this anthropomorphization, and there does seem to be this very tangible emotional connection where it's not like, oh, you're old and useless now, so we'll get rid of you. But at least in some cases where they're going above and beyond to care for these particular dogs. So it was really neat.
And it's definitely with these companion animals too. And like I said, there's some crossover. There were obviously hunting dogs and working dogs that were very well loved as well, because we see that with the one example that I included. But it seems to be these particularly small companion dogs that they're developing these emotional relationships with particularly, or at least these are the ones that are getting recorded. It's also worth noting that these small Maltese type dogs have longer lifespans anyway, and likely weren't involved in things that might get them hurt or damaged or killed, and may live longer lives because of that as well. So not just genetically disposed to longer lives, but, you know, just the nature of what they do. But there's a huge variety of the way animals are talked about in the ancient world. Like I said, from everything from like abuse and neglect and just seen as a tool to these super personal, deep relationships that people seem to have with their dogs.
Wonderful. Any other questions or comments? Everyone zoomed out.
What a wonderful 2 days.
Yeah.
This has
Great.
absolutely been incredible. I mean, thank you all so much for making this event so special. And we really, really appreciate it. It has been absolutely incredible experience. So definitely will stay in my memory. It doesn't look like anybody has anything else.
I can.
Right? Oh yes. Okay, please, Heather.
Oh.
So when Amber first started talking, I thought she was going to talk about like children's graves, because there's a lot of animals and like dogs that get included in that. And then I was actually, it's more of a comment than anything. I was walking through like a cemetery. I live in Guelph in Ontario, and there were still dogs on these children's graves from like the 1850s to modern anyways, children's graves. And it's interesting that we still have this association with dogs and companion animals in modern, I don't know, collective.
I don't know, it's like it could be something like, when I think of animals, I think of that innocence, right? And when you think of children, you also think of that innocence. And in my mind, it's like, I mean, not to say that these kids did not have pets, but maybe it reinforces that idea of innocent life taken too soon, and makes the loss even more palpable or visible.
And maybe the idea of loneliness as well, right? Sort of this lonely child in their tomb, and so the dog as a companion and a protector and stuff like that as well.
Yeah.
Well, the Yasmina dog was found in the context of a young child's, I can't remember the age exactly, but like under 10, definitely.
I think they figured that, yeah,
and Pliny says that sometimes children were buried with their pets. So, you know, it does seem to be something that relatively happened. I think, Marina, it can kind of be both. It can be symbolic and artistic, and also literal sometimes, or both at the same time. But yeah, it almost seems like they're trying to imitate adults in some ways, though, in some of them, because we see more adults, particularly men with larger dogs, and then women and children with these smaller little dogs. And with the kids, it seems to almost be like, you know, they have their a small, cute equivalent of the human, dog with them. We also see them with toys and things, so it does speak to that childhood, life taken too soon, you know, something cute, and, you know, it adds to the pathos, I think, of the image.
Amber, I just have a question. When we see the image of the dog, and if we get the skeleton of the dog, do they match?
I can only think of a few where we actually get both, oddly enough, because many of these dog tombstones are out of context. Like, you know, we find them in museums, and when you go to look at the provenance, they're like, it was in a private collection. And you're like, oh, great. So we'll never know where that came from. So it can be hard to tell. I know there is one, the one in the Athenian Agora for, I think his name might have been Argus, named after, I assume, like the dog in the Odyssey, or something like that. And I don't know if there's an image on that tombstone, but it is a small Maltese dog that's in the grave. So we don't always get them really nicely paired, but we do have graves like the Yasmina dog and the Agora dog that are the skeletal remains of these Maltese types, these Spitz-type dogs, tiny little things with little bulbous heads that don't look like the hunting dogs, the hounds at all. And then we have them also then depicted on a whole bunch of different, like from pots to funerary monuments. And they do seem to match from what we can tell that way. Unfortunately, we don't have very many where you get the actual gravestone in the image and the actual remains that went with it. So, yeah.
No, thanks.
Yeah, and I think there's another Agora burial. It doesn't have a tombstone though, but it was a hunting hound. So, you know, so in the same space, and I think it was 4th century, you have two very different, you know, phenotypes of dogs, the little Maltese Spitz type, and then the skeleton of a more of a greyhound style hunting dog who was buried with grave goods, like with a lamp and a beef bone, like a chew toy. But we don't, so don't have the inscription, unfortunately. But clearly, again, an intentional inclusion of these things within the tomb.
Yeah, because we also find dogs like thrown down wells and different things as well, where there doesn't seem to be as much care to either because people couldn't, or they just didn't have that same connection. So we see dogs, again, that kind of wide variety of experience that people have with their dogs, which is no different from today. So.
But also what Anu showed in that, I think it was that painting with a rooster, with that woman with that little tiny dog and all alert and protecting her and so on, and in a way symbolizing her alert chasteness, like that she's like a chaste, good, respectable woman. And we see this in other art. I mean, I can think of Titian's Venus of Urbino. I can think of, I know, Fellini Wedding, where we have those tiny Maltese dogs by women's sides, and the very alert dogs are associated with good, respectable, chaste women. And the sleeping dogs are associated by women of questionable sexual status. So I think that's kind of interesting as well.
Yeah, I think that is interesting. Well, I think historically of these little lap dogs from China and Asia and from other places as being kind of like little alarms to kind of, around some of these women so that like, they are kind of protectors or like little alarm dogs for these types of things. So that's kind of interesting how it reflected in the art that way.
They don't know that they're tiny. It's always the tiny dogs that are the most protective, I think.
I know I have a friend with a little tiny dog. It shreds my legs every time I go to visit her. Anyway, so when I see these paintings of these like alert little dogs by these wives' legs, it's always kind of reminds me of that. So
well,
yeah. Oh, 3 o'clock. Oh my gosh, this is absolutely incredible.
We did it.
Yeah, we did it. Thank you everybody so much. It has been incredible pleasure to meet you all. Maybe we'll cross paths in the future again, and having this as a virtual event has definitely opened opportunities for us to meet from all over the world. So we are very grateful for that.
Thank you very much.
And have a lovely weekend.
Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.